Wow, that was fast. I was just about to make a bunch of jokes for the VODs before anyone got in. Bacon, how are you doing? Obviously, thank you for 100. I mean, lovely way to kick off a Tuesday morning. Hello, hello. Morning being more of a physical condition than a time zone. Now that's Watto. Hello, hello. Yeah, couple. It's slowly coming together. There are still multiple boxes and multiple piles, but yeet. How are you both doing? I don't look quite as disastrously destroyed as I have in previous streams. How are you? Stepagen Watto friend. Hello, hello. How you doing? J-Post, Watto, hello. Those are there. And yeah, Bacon, it's an unmarked... I guess it was like a leftover or a spare. But yeah, it was a gift from a friendo from this last gone packs. And Wolfie, Watto friend. Hello, hello. How goes it? Wolf Crad, Watto friend. 2 for 2. Well, it's slowly coming together. Slowly coming together. It's not... It's by no means done. Vanderbeast, household represent. Watto friend. Oh, Wolfies, it's 11 o'clock where they are and they're still working. Oh. I mean, friend, I feel you. Like, I don't really get stuck into work, like the boring part of this, until the dogs have gone to bed. So I usually start work now at about 11.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What hope? Yet another subversary. 40 heckin' months.
40 heckin' months. Not too shabby, Fred. Not too shabby. Vanderbeast, thank you for the pint glass. And Caffeine, Watto friend! We've got a cool feature. Which side is the hand on now? Yes, the hand is in fact throwing up the horns and is no longer flipping you all off. I don't remember if I did that, or if Fiona or someone else did that, when the hand was flipping us all off. Hey! Corgis scattered into the sky. Caffeine, seriously, thank you for 1,000. LeJax, what ho, friend? And again, it is by no means organised. It's just some steps forward were made, which is nice. Like, I'm slowly getting to the point where we can start making some actual headway with this, which is feckin' rad.
Stop that incessant
Yo!
clicking.
Okay, J-Post not even hesitated this morning. J-Post, thank you for gifting a sub to LeJax. Feckin' cool of you. Relu, what ho, friend? Oh, Relu, that sounds feckin' tasty. We had a technician guy in fixing stuff, and I forgot to make myself some breakfast before he showed up, so I've not eaten yet. But I will, don't worry. I'm telling you to hold myself accountable, so I make like a sarnie in like an hour or so. And Captain Stephanie Barnes, head of House Valkyrie, what ho, friend? Aperios, how goes it? What ho, hello? The TLDR is actually kind of sweet. Basically, a friendo who's another regular Longshipian was like, yo, I'm free this day. I'm going to come round. I was like, all right. And they showed up with a whole bunch of tools and stuff. And I'm like, look, I want to help out with the situation. They're basically... as to hear them phrase it, I've been looking really sad and miserable over the last couple of months, which is true because that has been a state of being. And they were like, we need to... Fixing the space and the setup will help with that, and it has, you know? I feel like, at least in terms of this, I've finally made some steps forward, you know? So, yeah. It's a little. It's a start. Aiden Watto friend, hello. But no, it's still boxes and boxes. So like the box of stuff that you lot sent, and what's left of the parts of the sound booth still haven't been put up. The pinboard's kind of hanging there. Like it's not done by any means, but it doesn't look like the back of a U-Haul van. It's nice, you know. Actually, and look, proper lighting-ish. I probably need like maybe another key light or two somewhere, but I don't look as haggard as I've been. Dory Quill, Watto friend, hello. So, how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? I don't have too much in the way of news, which is nice. Like, no, there hasn't been anything massive going down. So, Wolfcrad, the rest of the house is getting there. Like, our room needs another pass, and there's a few things still up in the living room, the hallway, which need to get sorted. But, like, we're slowly getting there. You know, the kitchen's wonderfully up to snuff. Fiona did, like, a bunch of, like, little coffee stations and things, so there's places to hang mugs, there's places to keep coffee that's not just everywhere. Like, Fiona's been kicking ass a whole lot in getting this place up to snuff. Real good. Wolfie bought a guitar this weekend. Lovely. If I knew anything on the subject of thus, I would ask, but I'm sure it's awesome. Wolfgrad, copy isn't so much important as it is necessary. But yeah, you'll notice, friends, slowly getting closer to having my little Gundam station. I'm so excited for it. And there it is, the Nightingale just waiting. So, game news is pretty calm at the moment. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Yeah, game news has been calm, which honestly is a lovely little change. One thing that was wonderful over the weekend was the story of the Baguette Boy from BioShock Infinite. Which, to all of game devery, was like that makes sense. But to those who haven't been dev side, it was a lovely look into the process of making games and the challenges. So if you didn't see the story of Baguette Boy, because it's so funny. So basically, in the DLC for BioShock Infinite, which I believe is called Burial at Sea, which is thoroughly worth playing. At one point, you spend a little time in Paris. I won't go into spoilers in case you haven't played it. It's not really relevant. But you go into Paris to find Elizabeth. And whilst walking through, you encounter a boy. Hey! J-Post, you feckin' legend. Thank you for gifting us up to 8. And Ultrazini, thank you kindly. Also, hello. But Box Swarm isn't done. Like, this is by no means finished and done and set up. We've made a little bit of headway. Like, it's definitely worth the celebration, but it's not a pat on the back yet. Anyway, so you're going through Paris, and in the town square, there's a boy holding a loaf of bread, a baguette, above his head and just dancing around it. And it obviously, as things do in this day and age, became a meme in its own right. It's very funny. Why is this boy just dancing with a piece of bread? He will dance ad infinitum if you let him. But what was really interesting on the weekend was the person responsible for it was like, look, I might as well talk about it. The original intent was to have two people dancing together, but they had neither the time or the tech to do it. So they had the boy doing the dancing, bearing in mind that he wasn't even like a skeletal animation. He's just an anim chunk, if you will. They did not have the time to give him a dancing partner as was originally spec'd. So they could make ship date. They just gave him a baguette and let him dance around there. His dance moves were originally meant to have a grown person dancing with him, but they couldn't do it. So bread. And I love that kind of stuff. Down Under Dwarf, Watto. Kind of like the train head from Fallout and God, I'm trying to think of and everyone finding out about full string culling.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yo, Viking 64 Fendo Wild Coffee.
Yo. Sorry, Final Phoenix, thank you for 39 months. And I don't think I said a proper thank you to for Wraith for doing 40 whole months, for as long as we have been here. And the fact that it took me a while to cut that terrible Glaswegian voice out of my vocab, and Wraith, you still stuck around. I'm real grateful for that. Wolfgren says that the bread also helped convey that it was Paris. I mean, it was an asset that they had. So, Earl, Watto, hello. You can't see it proper with me, but it's just full-on pride flag.
And the name of the weapon is the Longship. The Longship? Yes, the Longship.
Fearless, hello, happy Tuesday, Watto. And thank you kindly for the 200. But yeah, so Earl, if I haven't shown you this, these are my Mobily Gundam kits. Because I don't have a lot of space. I didn't have a lot of space in the last place. I don't have a lot of space here. So, to allow me to have all my Gundam tools set up like how I want and not have to clear them away every time, I got this on sale. And it is, check it out, it is all my tools for building Gundams. So I can just set it up, unfurl it, and then start working on stuff. This is an off-brand, which was also very cheap. And that's the stuff I don't need on the moment-to-moment when, excuse me, when building Gundams. So that's like, you know, extra Q-tips, nibs, pens I'm not using, extra like knives and stuff. If you want to know how my broke ass can afford all that stuff, I buy it from I don't want to say Asian retailers, but I've never checked where in the Oceanics a lot of that stuff is coming from. Some comes from Japan and takes like 3 months. Some comes from locations of questionable origin, but it's cheap, and it usually takes months to ship over. I mean, Aiden, if you're looking to get into building some Gundams, don't think about them like decorations. Like, the fun of it is putting it together. Like, once you have them kicking around, it is lovely, but definitely build a kit, see what you think. Hookshot's like, I'm gonna get into building relationships. Well, if you work out how to do it, let me know. But yeah, Phyllis,
I just got offered a full remote gig with a local
Yay! Bacon, I'm real happy for you, mate. Congratulations, yo. I mean, obviously, thank you for 1,000 bits. $10 to keep my dumb ass going. But no, I'm real happy for you, dude. I'm real happy for you. Feckin' yo.
It's fun screwing around with a bunch of tools before getting hammered.
Indeed, indeed. Just remember, anything involving sharp stuff, you do sober. Anything involving ink and paint, you do drunk. I'm a big proponent in ink your Gundams drunk, clean it up sober. And which is why I love it when I get like comments on like Instagram and stuff being like, wow, your panel lining's so good. How'd you get it so good? I'm like, well, I get fucked up on gin and then I spend the next day cleaning. But yeah, the story of Baguette Boy just made me smile because the thing with the Fulstrom culling story, if you weren't around for that whole drama, basically Kotaku ran an article being like, oh my god, did you know that in video games when you're not looking at something it doesn't exist? And everyone in game dev's like, what? Yeah, how do you think we do? What? We've been doing this for years. The article was put forward as if this was some brand new technique. Oh no, they put it forward as if it was a new technique for Horizon Zero Dawn. And everyone in game dev is like, no, everyone does this. Everyone does this. If you're not looking at something, it exists, but in a demonstrably simple method. Yes, Wolfie, it's as old as 3D graphics. And a lot of it was kind of like it was an article that basically accused video games of lying. Like, oh, I can't believe this doesn't really exist. And then game devs being like, no, you stupid, this is how it works. What's been so lovely about the Baguette Boy is everyone being like, okay, you know what? This is wonderfully ridiculous, but it makes sense. You know? I see it almost in the same vein as finding out that all the weapons in Star Wars are all World War II props. Because that's what they had access to at, I want to say it was Shepperton Studios where they filmed OG Star Wars. And there'd been a World War II movie going on recently, so they were like, alright, just stick some cogs on it. Well, I guess the sci-fi equivalent of stick some cogs on it. And then it feckin' worked. Like, it looked great. You know? Dustin saying that Backface Culling is the name of my new metal chiptunes project. There are a couple of metal chiptunes bands in my playlist. Was it Master Boot? Is it Master Boot Disc or Master Boot Record? I forget. Big fan. It is Master Boot Record. Thank you, Perios. I had a feeling you'd go.
Stick some cogs on it and call it steampunk.
Stick some cogs on it and call it steampunk. Which, despite being a very catchy song, is kind of indicative of hobby gatekeeping, which is something that steampunk communities in the UK suffered from. I don't know if they still do, because it's been so long since I've been involved. But the old "is it steampunk" argument used to rage from convention to convention. Yes, Captain Steph, you are correct. Han Solo's gun is a converted Mauser broom handle. Like, pretty much all of the weapons in the OG Star Wars setup are conversions of World War II prop guns they had kicking around. I mean, the fact that the lightsaber, now one of the most iconic pieces of pop culture, was constructed out of, what was it, just like leftover tubing they had from the audio department. Like, oh yeah, caffeine, we're getting into nerdy gun history. Actually, Amos, I did not know, Perios, that Flames did a chiptune version of the latest album. I would be fascinated. Okay. But yeah, no, seriously, the articles on Baguette Boy are lovely and very funny. And just a little snapshot into what it's like working in big-sized game development. Because sometimes, you've just got to get it done. How much time have you got on this? You've got like 4 hours to fix this, and then you have to be on to your next thing. What are you gonna do? Fuck it, give the kid a baguette. It's France. No one. It's France. They'll get it. Oh, that is fascinating. Alice is saying that the blaster shots from Star Wars, the work on that's fascinating as it's a high-tension steel cable tapped with a spanner, yet it sounds so otherworldly. Shit, yeah. Oh, and Earl makes another very good point that Baguette Boy comes from the Burial at Sea DLC, which DLCs traditionally have a smaller budget. And Fearless, that is one of my favourite little things. The pulse rifles from Aliens are a World War II Thompson with the parts of a I want to say a SPAS 12, just essentially hot welded together. Oh, and JP, what ho friend? Hello, hello. Oh, Hookshot, are you doing something for Steam Next Fest? Just because if you are, then we will do the whole thing. Yeah, and Caffeine, you're right. Luke's blaster is originally a Sterling submachine gun. I love all these things. And the thing is, in cinema, it's a lot easier to point to things because of the physicalities of them and the understanding. You know, there's more of an obfuscation between what we see in video games and what is being done behind the scenes. So it means like weird stuff like Baguette Boy and some of the strange quirks that we've come to know may be the result of things that are drastically different than what you might think. Alright, Hookshot, if there is, then let us know. We'll make sure you get them good metrics. Yeah, oh, a gun from a movie was made by kit bashing a Tommy gun and a SPAS 12 to make a sci-fi future gun. Yay! Hookshot, I'm real happy, friend. I'm real happy. Yeah, so friends, it looks like Hookshot's going to be getting involved with Steam Next Fest. Feckin' wee! Although one of my favourite little ones from movies is that the infamous smart gun from Aliens is a World War II German machine gun on a camera operator's arm. But the weight of the gun was too much for the makeshift rig to handle. So the two people working the smart guns had to be duct taped into the armor because otherwise it would fall apart. Feckin' love it. Okay, Aiden. So Steam Next Fest is one of these Steam promotional setups, which, if you're able to get involved with, can massively increase visibility on your title, and sometimes can be the little push you need for it to start getting out in front of people. Like, I am genuinely happy for... Favorite 6. Firstly, Watto. Secondly... what did the grape do when someone stood on him and gave out a little wine? Why are you like this? And yes, Sadlin, it is fewer boxes. It is fewer boxes. Like I said, a friendo noticed that I was definitely looking really fucking miserable and was like, just offered to just come around and help on whatever. So we basically organised a big box of cables, and then they were like, let's just tackle your room. And I was like, okay. So we're slowly getting to the point where I can start making some shit happen in here, which I'm very excited for. Ooh, very nice! Captain Steph's partner got them a Wormwood personalised dice tray. Oh, that's right, fancy. Back when I used to do packs for work and for companies, one of my little treats to myself was getting one of the Wormwood dice trays. The little, like, the pencil case thin ones, because they're so pretty. And I used to love just deliberating over which one to get. You know, sometimes sometimes the case chooses the person. I always like that. What else was going down video game wise? There hasn't been too much, really. I mean, I'm sure you all saw that the reports are that Stadia is being quietly sunset, and they're trying to shift it to what was like Google streaming or something. Shocking absolutely no one. And another grand reminder that when it comes to consumer level tech like that, you've gotta find the people before you find the... You gotta find the market before you create the product. And I don't know, I keep thinking, perhaps it's because of my distinct dislike of Matt Pat as an individual, I keep thinking of his whole reveal at E3 being like, imagine watching a YouTube video and then people can join you in video games. I was like, no one asked for this. Well, so down on the Dwarf, there's been no official reports as to what's happening to Stadia. Unofficially, it's being quietly sunset, and they're going to turn the back-end tech into another thing. Laura, Watto friend? Yeah, not looking too bad. Not looking too bad. I'm still trying to find the biting point with this. And I feel like once the audio foam's all up, I feel like I need one more light over there. But yeah, pretty cool, nerd. But it's... The setup in its state is making me feel a lot happy, which is good. Yeah, Aperius, nobody wants the viewer to just be able to join. That's why you want to create communities and things like that. Especially someone via the medium of YouTube. A place infamous for its comment section so terrible. But yeah. It was just the thing of Google Stadia was not great for devs, and it was not good for consumers, and it didn't really offer anything that other services weren't doing for cheaper. Like, it was only viable in areas that had high-speed internet. So you're already in an environment where you have disposable income. So it's not for people that can't afford big PCs. All right. It doesn't solve a lot of the problems that it was putting forward, and because it wasn't emulated hardware, it was specific hardware, it meant that developers had to create basically a new port of the game. So as opposed to things like NVIDIA, what is it, like NVIDIA GeForce Go or whatever, something that sounds like a Teen Titans rival, that service just uses your existing Steam libraries and their service, which is great. Stadia's like, nah, you gotta buy a game. Or then they had the fucking business model that was like, you could buy the games, or you could have a Stadia membership. But then there were like 2 tiers of Stadia, and I'm just like, wait, fucking wait. Oh, NVIDIA GeForce Now.
Stadia was not a bad idea, but the Google team behind it were way out of touch with the reality of current internet connectivity, among other things.
You know what, Bacon Adventure, you're right. The dream of Stadia is a great one. So the dream of Stadia being, you don't have to have a high-end PC, you don't have to have a console, just anything that's capable of like casting a web page or what have you, and boom, you get to have all the good sides of like high-end, proper gaming stuff. That's feckin' brilliant. You know, removing barriers to entry for people to play games, especially in, like, you know, low-income housing, I shouldn't say low-income housing, but low-income homes, where, you know, even the idea of buying one console is a really big expense. Like, the idea of Stadia popping in and being like, hey, don't worry about it, we got you. Just, you know, give us $5 a month, play it on whatever. That's feckin' brilliant. But the tech isn't there, and it's, I mean, the thing I was saying about the lack of understanding of the market being like, the kind of people who need that service don't have super duper whooper high speed internet. So, hey Zeke, how are you doing, friend? What-ho? Yeah, J-Pose, see, I used the NVIDIA service when I was testing for a friend, and I did some competitive matches of Tekken online, and it was workable. I won. I won fights. The only downside was I had to play on a controller, so I basically had to use it like the world's tiniest fight stick, which did make it look like I was a bit pretentious, not gonna lie. Anyway. Ah, Lizzie, not a chance. All I've got left is the last dregs of the coffee, I might add, that you sent. I've had a whole pot of this. I am charged, friends. I am charged. And yeah, Zeke, UnMetal, the lale lule low. So friends, the game we're going to be playing today, let me just do a quick plug of this, because this is one of those games that we'll probably spend an afternoon on, but you'll most likely want to go and play it yourself. The game is called UnMetal, and it is a comedy parody game based on the OG Metal Gear games. Or a little bit on, like, Metal Gear Solid, a little bit on Ghost Babel, if you know it. It just looks gloriously sharpened, and I'm for it. The moment I realized I needed to show you this game was in one of the trailers. It's demonstrated that if you're within a certain distance of a guard when they sneeze, your character will automatically say bless you and give you away, and I'm like, yes, this is brilliant. Oh, Final Phoenix says they use the GeForce one on an Xbox with close no lag. Lovely. Aperios is saying the kind of funny thing is people are waiting for Lost Ark servers. They're all playing Vampire Survivors. Yep. I found out either yesterday or this morning that Lost Ark does gender-locked classes, and I'm like, why? Why? Like, it is 2022. That is bad design. That is bad fantasy. That is bad nonsense. To Jack Lifer, I say, what? Oh, and welcome. We were just chatting about NVIDIA GeForce Go. We were chatting about the Baguette Boy that was talked about over the weekend. And I was having a teeny tiny little whinge about how in Ark, you're only allowed to be a bard if you've got mammary glands. So there we go. You know, if you lack the boba, you can be a berserker, a paladin, a gunslinger, but sadly, you can't play the guitar. Oh, heck, Zeke's like, don't kill him, Jack. He doesn't know. You're right. I don't know. I'm gonna enjoy living in ignorance for a little bit, Jack. I'll click your username later and it'll be like, followed by all. Seen by all. I'm like, huh. But yeah, we're just having a natter. We're going to be playing UnMetal in about half an hour or so. But there is one thing that I did want to pitch to you all whilst I have your attention. So, friends, I have been watching Black Sails again, which I know is not the greatest television show, but it's good background whilst, like, cleaning the house and folding and things like that. And I feckin' love all of the big fight scenes. Like, it's not a great telly show, but it does ship-of-the-line combat in such a satisfying manner. And I was reminded of a game we played, like, 3 years ago called Blackwake. Now, Blackwake's kind of like Chivalry meets Ship-of-the-Line. You know, boat v boat action with a kind of a silly over-the-topness. It feels like someone took a Half-Life 2 mod and made it really good. It is currently 50 cents. So this Saturday, I'm going to bundle everybody into a server and we're going to have a good time with it. Now, I don't know if I can get us a private server in time. I'm going to try. I've seen that it might cost us like $10 for a private server for the weekend. And I think that would be spot on. So, friends, pick up a copy of it. Whatever happens, we're going to be playing it on Saturday. Again, I'm going to try and keep it private so we can keep it to our silliness. But we can have up to 50 people in this. Up to 50 in a server. You heal by drinking tea. It is ridiculous and nonsense. Well, see, honest, I disagree that it's like Guns of Icarus. Because, I mean, it doesn't have a PvP, it doesn't have a PvE mode. And it's not about, like, the correct builds. There isn't defined roles. You'll just gotta make it happen. It's about yelling, charge! It's about watching the person next to you explode hilariously. It's about panic, yelling, sloop nonsense. I think you can get up to 16 player matches. Huh. Zeke, that is a lovely little fact. Sorry, Zeke was saying that they love the Shadow Knight. The Hollow Knight hoodie. I love this one too. Also, the pull is a tiny nail, and I love it. The voice actor for Dr. Hoffman is a big Hollow Knight fan. Lovely. Got the same hoodie. Good on you. Earl says, pirate accent optional or required? Not necessary, but thoroughly encouraged. And Asari, Watto, hello, hello. Getting Ed, Watto, friend. But yeah, it is 50 cents on Steam for the week. So, come join us. We're going to get into some nonsense. I don't know if this is necessarily a game that we will play again, or if it'll just be a one-day event. But yeah, for less than $1, for less than $1, for some silly yelling, let's go. Oh, okay, so Dario was saying that for long-time Humble Monthly people, apparently Black Wake was July 2018. Oh, that makes sense. Because we did do a day on Black Wake before, which, actually, I'm gonna indulge a little bit of self-promotion here, because it continues to make me smile. God. Friends, I mean, this is from the OOG. This was back at Ket's place before we had the duel set up, and that is what you can expect from Black Wake. So yeah, Zeke, if you want to come join us, we'll be doing our usual kind of kickoff time. I don't know how that works for you. And like, if we get enough people, then we can do some stream v stream, server v server nonsense. It'll be chaotic and weird and flavorful. And if we need to make like little Discord channels for different boats and stuff, but but we're just gonna have a fun bloody day with it. It's not a game where the goal is to win. Like, okay, yes. It's not a game where it's about winning. It's a game where it's about having the most amount of fun. Now, Aiden, do you need to buy rum if you're playing? No, but it is. Well, it'll be your Sunday morning, but our Saturday night, so you're gonna have a good time. Yeah, it's a game about having stupid fun. As for the rest of the week, streams-wise, like I said, today is UnMetal, and I have been looking forward to this for so long. Here's a thing that will shock you to your very core. If you're not sitting down already, you may need to. I am a big fan of the Metal Gear Solid series. I know, le gasp, shock. Sadly, like a lot of people, I wasn't aware of it until I encountered Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation. But the first time that I got the chance to play it, I know, shocking, friends. The first time I got to play it, we rented it from like an off-brand budget blockbuster. And for those of you who have played Metal Gear Solid, you know that you need the physical feckin' disc because you need Meryl's codec number to continue. Thing is, they gave it to us in this bloody knockoff. It was even in like the Blockbuster blue and yellow, but it wasn't Blockbuster. Like Video Butter or something. I don't fucking remember. So we never got past Meryl, despite grinding on that game for a whole weekend. We tried cold calling as many numbers as we could, codec style, to desperately try and find this. I have played, I think except for Acid, did they do Acid 2 or did I hallucinate that? Yeah, they did do Acid 2. So that's the only Metal Gear game I haven't played. Like, Peace Walker, Ghost Babel, like Metal Gear Snake's Revenge, fucking hell. Portable Ops. God, and then even like back in the day where they used to do like the original and then they do like the with extra stuff re-release. So like, I did the VR special missions. I took Snake skateboarding across a gigantic oil rig. Like, I've been there. I've done me time. So when I say I'm excited about getting into UnMetal today, like, hi, I'm the target audience. This is slightly self-indulgent. Oh, well, Fearless, I don't think it's something that I need to get into. I never had the chance to get hold of a copy of it. It wasn't that I was, like, for or against it. And if you're wondering what Metal Gear Acid was, there was a time when everyone started, well, at least in Japan, started weirdly pivoting towards card game versions of popular games. And Metal Gear Acid and then Acid 2 was kind of that. Very odd. Hey!
What ho, Vikings?
Lyrus, what ho to you. Also, sorry, Bacon, where is my feckin' manners? Alongside congrats on the new gig, you took the Eldom. What will you do with your newfound power? Oh no! Fearless said their PSP and games got grabbed out of their car in a smash and grab. No! Metal Gear! The lolly lule low. Colonel, that ninja was Grey Fox. I once messaged David Hayter to see if he wanted to come on the show. And at first he was like, yo, what's your show about? And I told him and then he never responded. Oh, and Lyrus, thank you for the pint glass. One of my hopes, friends, is at the request of a very, very old friend of mine, I would love to go through, like, Metal Gear Solid 3, Peace Walker, and what's the other weird one? Nah, it's dropped out of my head. I want to go through the boss's saga of Metal Gear Solid games, because I really want to do... wait, Zeke was saying, do you know about the creator packs for UnMetal? All the streamers who had voice lines in. No, I don't. Shit, I would have thrown my Britishness behind that. Yes, hello, it's me. Hello, brother, I'm you. There's not a hind in the background. No, it's my stomach, I'm hungry. This is your hourly reminder that I am very cheap, very affordable, and very British unnecessary. So I can download it on Steam. It's free. Zeke, do you recommend I do that? Like, that's a thing I can do now. Wolfcrats says they've never played any Metal Gear games, but they know them quite well. I think it's because they were the first. For a lot of people, they were the first games that showed them like meta-narrative angles and some very clever tricks that had only really been used in like weird indie spaces. So, like, you're all talking about, like, the Psycho Mantis battle where you swap the controller from one port to the other so he can't read your mind. Like, there was a lot of cleverness there. Apparently What did the Molsk police do? I believe it's probably my dyslexic ass missing the joke, but Favor6, thank you for the 100 all the same. But yeah, the Metal Gear series, for a lot of people, was their first exposure to ways to tell story with video games using the medium itself. And I think that's why it ends up being such a big part of the conversation. You know, everyone still talks about the boss fight with the end. It's a sniper battle in Metal Gear Solid 3 that goes into some really feckin' weird territory. Oh, Mollusk! Oh, okay. Okay, I get you now. So yeah, at some point, friends, I do want to go through those because, like, Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 were fascinating for sure, and as a cultural phenomenon. But like, 3 is art house nonsense genius on a AAA budget, and Peace Walker caught everybody off guard by being heckin' brilliant for the PSP. Then we got Metal Gear Solid 5, and the thing is, I do want to do a playthrough of that with you all. Partially as an excuse to play it again, but partially because it does things right and it does things wrong. And, you know, I'm a big proponent in deconstruction of art. Like, to celebrate what is good about a game, you can acknowledge what's bad about it. You know, MGS5 has a lot wrong with it, but it also has some pure heckin' genius. So, the other thing being with MGS5 is you can see the intent, and it definitely smacks of the overreach. And what was really interesting was then seeing oh, actually, Jack Lifer, that's a good point. MGS5 does have all that licensed music. Hooray! But the soundtrack for MGS5 is exceptional. Where was I going with it? Oh, just that with Death Stranding, I was very impressed how cohesive and complete a game it was, comparable to MGS5's massive overreach. Oh, and Fred Watto, how are you doing, mate? We've slowly made some dents on this space. But yeah, Jack Lifer, I hadn't even considered the licensed music challenge. Well, it'll be something to look forward to in the future. Okie dokie Lokis. Oh yes, it appears I do have the streamer pack already installed, so that should make this afternoon very entertaining. In terms of the rest of the week, so tomorrow, Hades! Thursday! Okay, so this is something I've been feeling very guilty about, so I'm looking forward to finding out a crack at this. So we're going to be playing Happy's Humble Burger Farm, which Scythe Dev put together, was it last year? they very, very kindly sent us early access code, and due to a combination of like external stressors, real life BS, and moving, like even though we had early access to that game, I didn't get a chance to show you. I didn't get a chance to show it off, and I feel bad because like anytime a dev team reaches out to work with us, be it just for like early stuff or get involved like with Operation Tango or DreadX or what have you, like I treat it properly. I treat it like a professional. And I felt really bad because I wasn't able to do that for them. So, yeah, this Thursday we're going to be playing what feels like Clerks 2 Simulator gone horribly wrong. Oh, Friday we're going to have another crack at Monster Hunter. So myself, Ems, Fiona and Kyle will be careening around. We'll be able to tell Kyle that we managed to get our squad to down a monster with the basic of basic baby gear, which I'm very looking forward to. I don't know if Ems or Fiona have been playing outside of our sessions. I really should, but that's another story. Oh, feckin' terrors. Oh, and Wraith, on the streaming mode, there might be a way to tweak it. So, we'll have a go at it. Wraith was saying that there isn't a streaming mode for Metal Gear Solid 5. There isn't, but there may be a mod out there that changes it. Because, do you know what you can do in Metal Gear Solid 5? Is you have your extraction helicopter. Big old helicopter takes you in and out of missions. While the game is open world, the core story missions are kind of like self-contained little chapters inside that. You can have the helicopter play whatever you want. Oh, Sadlin, thank you kindly, dude. Oh. Feckin' yes. Sadlin, that is very helpful. Plus, anything that removes literally every conversation with feckin' what's his name? Code Talker or Ghost Talker or whatever. Metal Gear Solid 5 is an incredible game, and there are some choices from that drive me up the wall. Snake, this band sounds fresh. What do you call it? Ninja Sex Party. Interesting. My personal two favorites were calling in my helicopter and having it play the Venga Bus. And I also had an acid remix of the Monty Python's Flying Circus, which weirdly made me feel patriotic. Don't know why. There's just something about running away from the Shagohard. No, Shagohard's 3, from the Sahathranthropist. Is it Sahathranthropist? Feck you for naming a giant robot that. Running away from that while you have like the Monty Python theme banging out across the Afghanistan countryside. Sorry, I should say expanse. That's a better term. Yeah, Proto Metal Gear, pre-Rex. Yeah, we'll call it pre-Rex. Okay, I did not know that, Sadlin. Sadlin says, ironically, the Monty Python theme is an American march by John Philip Sowie, entitled The Liberty Bell. Oh, the irony. God. That must be the first time Britain has stolen something from another country and claimed it as their own. Oh. Anyway, how are you all doing, you lovely, lovely mother uppets? Like I said, not too much going on. Ever so slowly making headway on stuff in the background. Feckin' wee! Thank you! But friends, what if? A tiny pizza for one, a tiny pizza for me. Thank you, Fiona. No, okay, so Favour 6. I've seen this joke a few times. Obviously, thank you for 100, which is why are the pyramids in Egypt? Because they don't fit in the British Museum. Friends. You don't steal the packaging. Oh, well, sorry, and just on the off chance I don't get to see you on Saturday, happy birthday and have a feckin' lovely day, right? Actually, Alnus, the saying is, every pizza's a personal pizza if you believe in yourself. Wait, so Aiden, so what is your project that you've got 24 hours left to? Maybe we can help you, in the words of SSX Tricky, break it down. Sorry, the game on Saturday is called Black Wake. It's a game we played ages back, and it is currently 50 cents on Steam. So we're going to either jump into an empty public server, or I'm going to see if I can rent us a private server for the day, and we're just going to get silly. It should be a gloriously ridiculous day. And on the terms of the pizza conversation list, I spent far too much time in the presence of a pizza elitist in the last couple of years that I'm at the point now where I'm like, you know what, friends? If it makes you happy, have a bloody good time with it, alright? Put pineapple on it, put a whole fish, put an unboned, uncooked fish on the top. If it makes you happy and it's not going to kill you, go for it. I was one of those individuals who used to be very like, oh, deep pan pizza, that's just a soup bowl. And then I went to a deep dish place here in Seattle that was just gorgeous. Zeke says put ice cream and honeycomb on. Yo, I've had one of those dessert style pizzas and they are amazing. It was just the individual who was, I won't recite their personal philosophy because I disagree with it, but the person who was telling myself about what true pizza is, I was like, have you been to Italy? Have you gone to one of those places where they judge you because this isn't the place where the tourists are supposed to be, and they give you the proper good stuff? Have you had that kind of pizza? Because it's drastically different than what you think it is, but it's still delicious. Yeah, dessert pizzas are great. Okay, Eel, I can't verify this, but if it is true, I love that. Eel's saying that their favourite thing about the Hawaiian pizza is a pizza named after the Pacific Islands, invented by a Greek who emigrated to Canada, who was inspired by Chinese food. Delicious. It's like, let no one tell you what is and is not pizza. No gods or kings. Just good food. Oh, and sorry, let me get you the name of it. So this is what we're playing on Saturday. Okay. Oh, is it Tuesday? Is it Steam maintenance this morning? I thought it was Thursday morning Steam did its thing. Anyway, I don't need it, just... Wraith, you're right. It might just be a Steam's having a little bad time morning. Oh, it's only 39p in the UK. Well, there we go. Jobs are bloody good. Well, either way, Git Ned, Steam having a bad time isn't going to stop us. Right! Friends, bear with me 2 seconds. I'm just going to tweet out and tell the world that we're playing a spot of the old UnMetal. Yes, Steam, I know you can't. Is there an UnMetal? Is there an UnMetal? God, this is me not doing my feckin' job. I did not check to see if they had a Twitter account or what the Twitter account is. No, that's a very different one. Oh! Okay, so I know who Jack Lifer is now. Feckin' yo! Hello! Oh, now I'm following you. We must now become Twitter friends. Okay, I'll use the hashtag like a good content creator. As Lizzie says, the jig is up! Run! You've been rumbled! And now, know who. Sorry, just Zeke says, Will, this is Jack. He licked my shoulder at TwitchCon. We're friends now. Doesn't that mean Jack's claimed you? Like, I've not checked the official rulings since the 2020 new rules, but I'm pretty sure.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! Sorry. Thank you for gifting a sub to Jack. That's fucking cool of you. Yeah, no, I'm not sure if the if you lick it, it's yours rules still apply, but because I haven't checked the reissue of the rules since 2022, but it might be a thing. God, I do know of how you can see literally what. Oi, shush you. UnMetal. Well, okay, so firstly, Jack, whoever in your team put out those really good high-quality GIFs deserves a feckin' raise because making my life super easy. Both. Oh, Relu, look what I got brought. It's currently screaming hot, so I haven't started it, but I got a teeny tiny pizza. I'm very happy about this. No. Right. Let's get this game started. Let's get this party underway. Let's get this movable feast underway. Oh, Jack, I would absolutely love some... if you have some recommendations for best experience, like, go for it. I'm not precious about... you know, gameplay-wise. In fact, so we've been playing through Hades on Wednesdays, and it basically turns into all these lovely Mother Hubbards coach me on how to be good at Hades. Oh, and Snuggly! Righto, friend. How are you doing? Okay, so Jack says, the how-to video on the DLC page is a great way to understand how to use it. And it's neat to show on stream. Okay. Give thoughts and opinions later. All right. Gives me a chance to snack on my personal pizza. Let's move it over to... Screen Online. Metal Gear. So, you're talking about the the creator pack, the video on the creator pack page, right?
Creative assistant to Fran, who created UnMetal.
Hi, I'm Jesse Fox.
Today I'd like to introduce you to our creator pack. This free DLC for the PC version of UnMetal adds access to over 90 voice packs, each one replacing some of the dialogue in the game with those of a content creator.
What do you want?
How can you find a creator?
Just open the credits and scroll down. It's hard to miss them.
I don't miss.
You can activate a voice pack from the options menu. Just select Enter Code, then type the name of the chosen creator in the pop-up window.
You've unlocked the Ezekiel the Third voice pack.
Here's some examples of how the voice packs work in the game.
I hope that noise will rocket you off the planet.
Done with his shit. Just go shoot that bastard.
Owie.
I hope you enjoyed the preview of the free content pack DLC for the PC version of UnMetal. We hope you enjoy hearing your favorite friends in-game soon.
It's not over yet.
Not over.
They need to hear how many creators contributed voice packs.
Okay, but we can only spare 30 more seconds.
Plenty of time. Release the melons.
Melon.
I love this.
Injection.
Download the creator pack on PC right now.
Melon.
This is going to be a good day. The problem is, how are we going to choose who's going to be our person, though? Because I thought the content creator pack would be like, you know, it just... Okay, firstly, I need to launch the game. I thought the content creator pack would just be a new set of voices across the board. Now you're going to make me choose. That's not fair.
Melon.
Oh, you're being... Do you need subtitles and dialogues and narrations? Yes. Okay, let's get this all set up. That is the wrong screen! There we go. Right. And Biggs, feckin' thank you, yo. And apparently we've got to train on top of it all. And Biggs and Favor 6, thank you both. Well, I mean, Jack, if you'll forgive me being monstrously self-promotional, if you need a British villain or otherwise, you got me. I got nothing better to do. No, I got to do some VO stuff for like the Dreadx collection and packs and things like that, so I got the bug a little bit.
If life gives you melons, you're probably dyslexic.
I feel very called out there. Oh, and Fendweller, I didn't say hello when you got in. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Okay, and Favor 6, you are right. I am technically canon in the Sonic universe. And Lyris, thank you for the 100 as well. Feckin' yo. Okay.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle,
Oh,
our four
Snuggly!
reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Snuggly, you fucking legend. Thank you. Snuggly gifted help 5 subs whilst I was faffing about in menus. You managed to get the Gravity Queen, Vulture Pony, Wandering, Zack, and the person that sounds like they're trying to summon their cat. Piscadadatity. Piscadadatity. And Vanderbeest and Larius, thank you for filling the pint glass as well. Alright. Being recommended to turn on the speedrun timer because it's just funny. Alright. I think we're ready to get started. Now again, for codes to enter, what was people recommending just to start with? If you want to go to the credits. Alright, I can do that before we start entering Faffermancy. Okay, so who we got? Ezekiel, Murag. Okay. Alright, we've got a lot to go through here. You got Biz on this? Huh. Good old Coke Carnage sneaking in there. Yay! DJ Wheat! Who is a lovely person, by the way. Also, the train is currently at 69. Thoroughly impressive. Nice. DJ Wheat. Old Gassy. Several Jacks. Momo. It's just Momo.
Bits for the Nice train.
Nice. Why did it say it like Nice? What is up with that? Wait, Rami's in! Oh shit! That might have to be it. That might have to be it. Oh, that might have to be it. Good old shout out to Versus Evil. Alright, so we're going to start the game, but I will consider using Rami.
Once upon a time, a Soviet war helicopter entered Allied territory. The aircraft was intercepted and shot down. As the pilot emerged from the wreckage, he was arrested by the same bastards who shot him down.
Oh my god.
He was brought to a military base for interrogation. That pilot was me.
Name?
My name
Oh
is
my
Fox.
god.
Jesse Fox.
You don't seem to be Russian.
Russian? Me?
You were piloting a Russian aircraft 2 hours ago.
I also drive a Toyota, and I'm not Japanese.
All right, Mr. Fox. Before arresting you, I'm obligated to write down a report with your version of the facts. So tell us what the hell you were doing in that heavily armed Soviet helicopter.
It's a long story.
Sergeant, bring us some coffee.
Yes, sir. Wachowski, bring the lieutenant some coffee.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Fox, we have plenty of time. Explain what happened.
In 1972, a crack commando unit threw me in a prison for a crime I didn't commit.
You're under arrest for a crime you didn't commit.
I promptly escaped from a maximum security stockade to the underground, trying to survive from these soldiers of fortune.
Chapter 1, The Great Escape. Okay, so this is UnMetal. Compliment Cap, lovely to see you. And we've just found out that there's a glorious number of additional content creator voice packs that you can get for this. One of them is good friend and
Let's
games
start
industry.
from the beginning. How did you escape from that cell?
Piece of cake. I just had to write a note.
A note? Where'd you get the paper from?
I used toilet paper.
I see. And how did you find a pen?
A pen? I was in a dirty, grimy cell, not in an office.
Oh,
I
no!
wrote the note with a rusty wire, using my own blood as ink.
Sir, that is how you get tetanus. Rusty wire required. Toilet punching, go! Combine the rusty wire with the shit tickets.
I scratched my arm with the wire and got to work. It wasn't easy. The toilet paper tore under the pressure of the bloody wire. Those bastards gave us cheap paper, one ply, unscented, and unpatterned.
Why did you break the toilet?
Those
Why not grab the
bastards.
paper like a normal person?
You know how prison is. It's kill or be killed.
Including the
And
bogs.
I wasn't going to be killed by some dirty toilet.
Hey, you moron! Holy Jesus. You schmuck. Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to kill myself? Kill myself?
Kapacha! Search an enemy when they are flashing. I will take a key. One ply, those bastards. Woohoo!
I left the guard locked in the cell. Then I threw away the key and got out of there.
Mr. Fox, what about the noose? Where did you get that from?
Where did I get the noose? Are you seriously asking me that?
I am, Mr. Fox.
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
When leaving the cell, I found myself in a prison yard surrounded by some buildings. There were piles of boxes and other stuff here and there. And the ground was plain dirt. Oh, and it was night.
Awoo! Jack saying that the note was a reference to the Goonies. Out of here, breaking boxes, stealing medals. Challenge unlocked, The Great Escape. Man, someone should make a movie about that. Kisa, there was a part of me that knew if a now Woo started.
Let me sleep. Stop it. Stop it.
I am not a good friend!
Stop it. Let me sleep.
I mean, he went back to sleep, so I think I'm going to get him. Right. So this is the first area we can use the creator pack. Alright. So if we go to options and enter code, and we enter, is it that Rami or the Rami?
What? Me? Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Rami!
Really? Really?
Ah! Why did Rami just... Oh, that's ridiculous. Alright. I'm not hitting Rami, but I will level some insults.
You bastard. Screw yourself in that cell.
Friends, if you'll excuse me a second, I didn't think I'd be saying this. I need to tweet about this. Yeah, what happened to nice guy Rami? It's choking me out. Not cool. Not cool. And yes, I am going in to get the screenshot of that game over. Yes, I am going to be sharing that. No, I will not be answering any further questions at this time. Just with, I can't believe you've done this. Oh, lordy, lordy. Oh, and Jack, thank you for following. No, I mean, this game is glorious, and I knew that the humour of it was going to strike a chord with me specifically. I didn't know. This is also the second game that we've had, like, a Rami-type encounter. Because one of our little, I should say iconic games is a title called Whoopo. Of which, if you play far enough in...
Everyone would be asleep at night. That it was safe to escape. I was dead wrong. I noticed the presence of... Two guards on the night shift.
Detected by a guard, he will grant... Okay, if you're detected by a guard, he will grant no experience when you neutralize him. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so Rami in Whoopo is a little tiny, cute little worm doing a tiny train jam on a tiny train, and you have to ride the train. I think it's like 3 or 4 times.
Maybe you just need to play the game better.
And not get murdered. Shenanigans.
What was that? Come on.
Bangles. So, did I just steal a guy's wedding ring? I might be a bad person. Sorry, thank you for clipping that. I'll have to send that over to him. Challenge unliked. You're a tough guy. Oh, you know I've got to set this off.
Bless you.
Ow! Just dripping blood. Look, I had to, alright? I had to.
I was injured and losing blood. I had to heal that wound before I bled to death.
Ah, you'll be fine.
I had nothing to stop the bleeding. I had to find something.
Something. A cloth, damp with mucus. It's grim. Metal Gear. I don't think the guy's gonna make it. Dies of natural causes. Oh, sorry, Jack. What I was going to say, and again, I hope you'll forgive me for just pitching at you whilst you've come to help show off your game. But if we haven't met before, my name's Will. I worked in the games industry for about 10 years, and like, aside from my dulcet British tones, like, if there's anything I can help with for like future projects and stuff, give us a shout, because I don't work for anybody anymore. I don't have a boss. I mean, got these lovely Mother Hubbards, but that's a different story.
That box contained some filthy cloth scraps.
Tetanus.
Some handy bandages to
and
prepare
infections.
when I would get wounded. Bad news. Dirty cloth rags don't heal you. They just stop the bleeding, and I ain't got time to bleed. Good news. I could reuse these rags as much as I wanted. Good dirty cloth is hard to come by.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
36 months. Do we own you yet? Kappa what who?
A what ho indeed, friend. Johnny, how goes it? And no, seriously, thank you for fucking 36 months. That's not a small number.
I thought everyone
that is a
would be
very
asleep
big
at
number.
night. That it was 2 guards on the night shift.
I'll stop fecking about. It's just, as I was saying earlier, the bit in the trailer where you had to avoid being in the cone of effect on the person sneezing, because if you're too close to them when they sneeze, then you're naturally going to say bless you, was the point which I knew I needed to play this game. I mean, I will agree, the guinea pigs definitely rank higher than me in the grand scheme of things.
Escaping prisoner.
I was injured and losing blood.
Yeah. Okay, so I've still got the bandages. Alright. Alright, Sneezy, let's go. Sneeze that off, mate. Mucus-covered cloth. Now we can defeat Shagohard.
I need to pee.
This is going to be messy. I'm just collecting wedding rings off of unconscious guards. I might be the baddie. Use the toilet to save the game. Much better. A good dirty cloth is hard to come by. Although much like
over here.
Contact the prisoner. Much like with breathage. One of the things I love
Under
about
some crates, I found my salvation. A sewer hole. There was no ladder, and I couldn't see the bottom. I needed to find a ladder or rope if I wanted to go down.
I know, Lyris.
Over here.
That's how I broke it, by washing my hands too aggressively. No, what I was going to add is, when doing comedy games like this, the retelling mechanic is actually a really good way of doing it.
Reactor online.
Oh, that
Sensors
bolt.
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Lordy looks who turning, only 40, me.
It is you. Hey, Ship, thank you for 40 months, friend. Like, that is the absolute...
Over here.
I'm coming, Guido! Like, that's as high up as it goes, friend.
Hey,
Alright, fine.
Hello? You talking to me?
Affirmative. My name is Colonel Alan Harris, 5th Battalion.
I'm Jesse Fox.
Rank?
I'm not military, Colonel.
Then tell me, Fox, what the hell are you doing here?
I've been jailed for a crime I didn't commit.
Oh my god!
Do you know how to get out of here?
Try to escape through any sewer. There must be one nearby, because it stinks when it's hot. Once outside, move along at nighttime and sleep during the day.
What about you, Colonel?
I've been tortured. My legs won't make it. But if you bring me a radio, I can help you escape.
Hold on, Harris. Are you sure you heard him say Alan Harris?
Yes, sir. Saw him yesterday.
Look, Mr. Fox, Colonel Harris died a month ago in an ambush.
Well, it's the name that stubborn old man gave me.
I see. I'll write down on the report that you talked to Colonel Harris after his death. Continue your story.
As I was saying, I searched for a radio to bring him.
Okie dokie. No, sorry. One of the things I was going to say is comedy games can be very difficult to do because sometimes you got to do like a, hey, Lawrence, how are you doing, friend? What ho and hello. Alright, then I will attempt to be the good background noise while you get work done. No, so what I was going to say is comedy games are often difficult because if the thematics don't allow for the ridiculous, often it can be kind of a bit jarring. Games are based on systems, right? Less on performances. So it means that anything that's too surreal anything that's too outside of the workable.
I took a coin off the guard.
Here we go.
Money? What'd you intend to spend it on? I suspect there's no shops open for an escapee on a midnight run.
Who said anything about spending? I used it to distract soldiers. I quickly found out that guards love picking up free coins off the ground.
Sorry. So it's one of the things that
Hey, a coin.
one of the things that Breathage did very well was by having the story be the retelling of. It meant you could be as ridiculous as you
picked
wanted.
up the guard's radio. Without encryption, I knew other guards could listen in on my conversations with Harris.
I see. You still haven't told me how you got that noose.
I'll tell you later. As I was saying, I needed to find a special encryption circuit to install in the radio.
All right. Sorry. Keep losing my train of thought. Oh yes, so doing it as the retelling allows you to be wait. Grants limited invulnerability when a ring is sacrificed. Okay, why does that feel like a reference I don't get? It looks like Bill from Gravity Falls, isn't it? Secrets.
I had the circuit. I just had to attach it to the radio.
Just need to break everything else real quick. Okay, sorry. The point I was trying and absolutely failing to make. Comedy is all I need. No. So in video games, comedy can be difficult to do because if the thematics don't allow for it and the mechanics are very rigid, it can be hard to go the comedy route because
with the modified radio, I could speak to Harris with no one listening. Now, I just had to bring it to him.
And the noose?
Later.
Alright, sorry. Now I'm gonna have a sip of coffee. I'm gonna bring my thoughts together and actually hold like a cohesive conversation. So, coffee sip. Cheers all. The way Breathage does its story is that you are found after the fact, and it is the story of how you made it out of this ridiculous situation. So the fact that you have like a seemingly immortal chicken, and that, what is it? They make you build, what is it? They make you build a progression gate to go through, stuff like that. That works very well in the narrative, because when you stop and think about it, it's the retelling. And this works in a similar manner. Like how sensible or ridiculous or nonsense this character is. Because this is a tale in the retelling, it allows him to go into some really fun areas. Just in case. Free coin! Habacha! Getting all this comfort. Yeah, Kestrel, occasionally, it has been medically proven that I'm able to carry on a conversation. Like, honestly, I've got a note from my doctor that says I can do it and everything. Depleted uranium. No! That is very bad! Get out of there, Stalker! Ooh, a gobstopper. No!
You stole a one-eyed man's patch?
A one-eyed man that would shoot me without hesitation.
Because it was his job. What you did was macabre and suggest you might have a fetish.
Holy Jesus. Well, that patch turned out to be handy to create a lethal weapon.
What is this fucking game? Oh, and I got his eyeball as well.
His glass eye too?
Suspicion or stress relief? Stress relief.
Yes, I took it out of his eye socket to chill out.
To chill out? Pulling out glass eyes relaxes you?
I'm not a sadist. I didn't enjoy pulling it out, but it helped when I rolled it around in my mouth like candy.
What?
I was under a lot of pressure. Too much stress and I'd end up making a mistake.
And now I want to be sick in my mouth. Okay, yeah, that's heinous.
No, don't kink shame.
You know what? I'm all for that usually, but the idea of pulling out someone's glass eye and then just rolling it around in your gob to make you feel better, I don't think I'm okay with that. Oh, wow. So Jack was adding, the unreliable narrator mechanic. Appreciate your appreciation. Yeah! And Jack, at some point, I'll actually have a cohesive way of explaining why it's so good. Jack goes on to say that Fran wrote the script in Spanish, and it's brilliant. He then translated it into what Jack describes as Franglish. Then myself and a friend did a full rewrite and localization on the script, polishing it in over a month. Oh, that's a short time for 4,000 lines of script. 92 creative, an additional 920 improv lines, and some of those are full monologues, so it's really close to like 1,500 lines.
Hey, buddy, I have no paper. Can you bring me some?
Here you
Thanks, man. You saved my ass, literally. What the fuck? What sort of paper is this? It's only one ply, unscented, and unpatterned.
It's the kind the prisoners use.
Fuck, that's why their hands stink so much. By the way, who are you? I don't recognize your voice.
I'm Lieutenant Marcus Stevenson.
Lieutenant, you say?
Yeah.
Sir, I apologize for my manners. I did not know your rank, sir.
Relax and clean up your rear guard well.
Sir, yes, sir.
Heinous. Heinous. Crux just adding, everyone needs a hobby. And Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass. Has the Rami pack been turned off? Do we need more Rami voices?
What? Me? Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so Jack's saying it's about 1 line on average per chapter, and for chapter 1 it's the windows. Okay. Yeah, and you're right. The question of do we need more Rami voices is very quickly answered. So we can go be like...
What? Just let me sleep. Really? Really?
Wake up! Hadouken! Lighter, you say? I don't know, it feels pretty heavy. With so much uranium on us.
I ran into a guard as I went in. Luckily, the guy was sleeping. That bastard was going to have a rude awakening.
Okay, I can't set the guard on fire. But I tried, alright? A stick, you say? Well, I think I know where this goes.
The lethal weapon you created with the patch was a slingshot?
Yep.
Sort of childish, don't you think? What were you gonna shoot? Pebbles?
Depleted uranium balls. 3 shots, and goodbye, guard.
You're not gonna chat with me? Random person? Okay. Get out of there, stalker. Sorry, a thing was doing the rounds over the weekend of someone taking pictures of a clay pot. And when they took pictures of it open, there was little green spots in all the photos. And they were trying to ask, why is that happening? And there was just a little post of, I keep taking photos of this pot, and every time I open it, there's distortion on the film. But I've looked at it, I've tried smelling it, like, it doesn't seem to smell like anything. I'm just like, Argh! Those green spots being indication of radiation. Oh, and Edwin, what ho, friend?
With those first aid kits, I could disinfect and heal my wounds. Good news, those kits stopped any bleeding and also healed my wounds over time. Bad news, once you used them, they were gone.
Yeah, I can hold out. I tell you, although all that Metal Gear Solid skills.
Hey, a coin.
It's all coming back. Level up! Ooh, your punches strike twice against enemies and containers. Or sprint. I mean, what if my punches had the power of kicks? I was going to say Metal Fist Solid, but that sounds like the kind of video that I should absolutely not search on the internet. Yeah, God, I think I played Ghost Babel. I think it was on a transatlantic flight. Kick puncher. His punches have the power of kicks, like this. Hopper Cha! Cigarettes and challenge. Knock knock.
What? Just let me sleep.
Never! Rami, you must make video games!
What's in your closet, Private? It's water, sir. Don't lie to me. This is wine. Praise the Lord.
God, those jokes are bad. Ah. Zeke's like, that's a fancy tank. It sounds like when it's punched. I'm going to go back. I'm going to save, because I have fancy punches now. And then, yeah, let's play Knock Door Run.
Do you want a cigarette?
Sure.
Thanks, dude. Hey, do you have a light? Thanks, dude.
Hey, give me my lighter back.
What later?
You bastard. Screw yourself in that cell.
You bastard! Fucking cigarette butt. Note to self, kill that guy. Is this where the bathroom is at? That's an bathroom, certainly. Here we go. Much better. Robin's like, no, not the lighter you stole from someone you beat unconscious. Details, details. Possession is 9/10 of the law. I mean, who can truly say what is and isn't, you know, mine? I made explosions go boom! Zeke, I think Zeke just wanted to post a little explosion. Can't. Stole my lighter? I can't believe you've done this. Jack says, may I give advice for context? For content? Abso-heckin-lutely. I mean, the thing I was saying earlier, Jack, is I don't know if this is a game we're going to do like a full run of. Alright, pause. Oh, this way. Okay, here we go. Pause. Bring the radio to the kernel. Look for a rope. Stats. Controls. Challenges. Alright. Reach level 2. Great Escape. Complete the Great Escape. Break all toilet doors. Finish the game without using the potty. Finish the game on hardest difficulty. So, I should be breaking some paws. I should be breaking some shitters, sorry. I can do that.
Hey, bro, help me. Get me out of this hole.
If you're in a cell, it's because you committed a crime. And I don't free criminals.
But you're a prisoner too.
I've been imprisoned for a crime I didn't commit.
Fuck you.
Fuck me, fuck you!
with the unreliable narrator, instead of game over, it should just cut back to the debrief. And that was the third time I died. You died. Again? So, I woke back up at the toilet.
I like that idea, Shackle. I like that idea. Again, I'm trying to think of some games that use the unreliable narrator actually as their storytelling method. And I hate that Breathage is the only one I can think of. Because what happens in Breathage, if your character dies, the people interrogating you just smack you and go, that's not what happened. Tell it again. And I'm like, that's really powerful. Oh, feckin' Call of Juarez, Gunslinger. Yes, that's a great unreliable narrator. I forget how they do game overs, though. Time to use some pellets.
Hey, Mike, can you tell them again? Of course. The Sarge says to the soldier, someone sent you a blank letter. The soldier says, it's from my wife, Sergeant. How do you know that, soldier? Because we argued and we don't talk to each other. The soldier says to his captain, sir, I need to request leave for this weekend. Why do you need it, Private? I'm gonna have a baby, sir. Congratulations, request granted. Next week, the captain asks him, Private, was it a boy or a girl? And the soldier replies, I don't know, sir. I'll find out in 9 months.
Oh, so Jack's saying,
What's in your closet, Private? It's water, sir.
Saying that Fran thought of doing that, but decided against it because despite it being a very good joke, it plays against some of the core character designs of Jesse that you learn throughout the game. Interesting. See, Jack, I don't ever want to come across as that that individual that's like, oh, I know everything.
Hey, Mike. Hey, a coin. You're not going to pick it up, right? Yeah, why not? Come on, Mike. It's the oldest trick ever. As soon as you crouch down, smack! Smack what? The owner will show up and kick your ass. The Sarge says to the soldier, someone sent you a blank letter. The soldier says, it's from my escaping prisoner.
Ow! Bastards! Now, you know what? Feck the challenges. That guy showed us the respect we deserve as a sergeant. Alright. Yeah, we do have the Demon Core Slingshot, which is only going to give us massive amounts of radiation as it sits in our pocket. So, friends, the bing bong that you can hear in the background. So, we've taught Amos. We've taught Amos that if he needs to go outside, he can push the button on the door to let us know. Which is great, because, you know, we now have it so that, you know, if Amos has got to go outside, he can let us know.
Can you tell them again?
The problem is, he's now realised that he can go out anytime he wants if he pushes the button.
Someone sent you a blank letter. The soldier says, it's from my wife, Sergeant. How do you know that, soldier? Because we argued and we don't talk to each other. It has a digital display. I feel like that's going to be combined with something. The soldier says to his captain, sir...
Ah, Zeke, I didn't equip the eye patch before making it a slingshot. Why am I like this?
Why do you need it, Private?
You know what? I'm going to try using this real quickly.
Congratulations. Request granted. Next week, the captain asks him... Private.
Cool sunglasses. More coins. If you put on the sunglasses, it just gets darker. Take the sunglasses off, otherwise I can't feckin' see. Yeah, wearing sunglasses at night. Feckin'
Here you are, Colonel. A radio. I've modified it to encrypt the signal.
Oh, good job, son. Do you have another one for you?
Not yet. I'll call you through Channel 1 as soon as I find another.
Good luck, son. And Godspeed.
Godspeed. Oh, so Zeke and Jack as well. If there are any like little things that I missed just because I'm speeding through a little bit too quick, please do let me know, because I do want to make sure I'm showing everybody the best bits of this game. Like, I wasn't blowing smoke. I've genuinely been looking forward to playing this. And I don't know. So Ghost Babel was one of those titles that really made me stop and think about what we can do with games, regardless of the visual style or the platform. So for those that don't know, Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel, it was Ghost Babel, isn't it? I'm not going completely doolally tap. Let me just do a quick googly. Yeah, it was Ghost Babel. Okay. So, Ghost Babel was kind of fascinating. It was released after Metal Gear Solid, and actually, is it after Metal Gear Solid? All right, give me the Wikipedia page. Dates are fucking gone. Excuse me, if I can tell me. Right, where's the timeline? All right. Yeah, so it was no, that's Metacritic, not date. Damn it! Give me some bloody dates here! Alright. God. Cool. Just put them all on a block. Okie dokie. So... a Solid... Released in 98. Which I guess means that, yeah, Metal Gear Solid 2 came out way later. Yeah, okay, that was 2001. So, between Metal Gear Solid 1, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel came out. So, after the massive success of Metal Gear Solid, what they did is kind of fascinating. They went back to their OG roots, like classic top-down, you know, fucking 8-bit style gameplay, but on the Game Boy Color after Solid. So they used a lot of interesting narrative techniques that used the gameplay of the original Metal Gears in a fascinating kind of manner. Like, to my understanding, Metal Gear wasn't a massive hit internationally. As in the OG Metal Gears 1 and 2 on the NES. Mainly due to the difficulty. Now, again, a little bit of this is colloquial, so it gets... Don't take this as gospel, but as it was explained to me, especially during the 90s, the Japanese market perceived the American market as being very, very hobbyist. So after the initial success of the Nintendo Entertainment System, the move into like late NES and like early 16-bit era, Japan viewed America as a much more hardcore market, often making tweaks and changes to games to make them more difficult for that environment. Some people think that this was a perception that came from the arcade spree. Some people think this was a misconception of like how video games started being marketed more and more towards boys, thus creating this kind of like this, whoa, this action is so brutal kind of mentality. I would need to do some more digging into it, but Metal Gear was a difficult game. Like, it wasn't something you could just pass to a 10-year-old and let them run around with it. Like, you had to sneak around, you had to pick up items, especially early in the game, getting into any kind of a fight just meant death. And so it developed a cult following for sure, but it didn't sell massive gangbusters. So Ghost Babel being the old school post-Solid, which had been an international like gangbuster, and using those ideas together, they delivered a surprisingly weighty and genuinely heartfelt story. What I found fascinating about it was that despite it being that same top-down and using a lot of naming conventions similar to Metal Gear. Because Metal Gear had like bad guys like, was it like Gun Kid and Flamethrower Man and stuff like that. You know, the final baddie of Metal Gear is just called Big Boss, which through a series they've actually managed to make into not only a cool name, but a title with weight to it. One of the other reasons why I want to do like the Boss Saga. So, Kisa says they keep hearing Ghost Baby, and they're using the last brain cells not to think about tiny... Oh, no! Yeah, it's Big Boss Baby, or Boss Baby Gear Solid. God damn it, Kisa. Well, now I'm thinking of it now. Boss Baby, but it's a chain-smoking child with an eye patch. Oh, give him a coin back. Sweet. Kisa's like, I wasn't trying to think about it. Les enfants terribles. The terrible children.
I got ready to use the rope to go down, but I couldn't find anywhere to tie it. I needed a hook or something to anchor it to the edge of the hole.
Baron Watto, friend. A glass eye that makes you a little nervous. Okay. Nope, I have picked up this puzzle. And Indy Kylo, Watto, friend. Oh, shit, I didn't steal? That's not like me at all. Another unencrypted radio, which we combine with another chip.
With the radio encrypted, I could talk to Harris. I wouldn't have been able to escape without his help. I hate to admit it, but the grumpy old man gave some good advice.
Remember, trust your instincts. As a soldier, and as a gamer. It's your old pal, McDonald Miller. Liquid? Alright, so line 1.
Colonel, do you copy? Copy. I found a rope to go down the sewer.
And you're not down yet? What the hell are you waiting for?
I'm on it, Colonel.
Oh yeah, I need to find an anchor or something. But yeah, Indy Kylo, how are you doing, friend? We've just started playing UnMetal. Jack, one of the team that worked on this game, is lurking in chat and just pointing out cool things and answering questions. And I was just chatting about Ghost Babel because I kind of... sorry, I buried my point there a little bit. But what I was trying to go for was... I played that on an international flight. So it's just me, my little Game Boy Color, and this Metal Gear game. I'm already a huge Metal Gear fan. So admittedly, I'm prepared to give this game a lot more time. Ghost Babel was not as brutal as Metal Gears 1 and 2. But it wasn't easy by any means, and getting used to that like isometric style took some doing. Plus, there's one whole section with like conveyor belt puzzles that drove me absolutely doolally tap. But one thing that surprised me was how weighty they were prepared to go with the story, despite the fact that it's a Game Boy Color game, you know? And for me, up until that point, like the Game Boy games that stood out to me, you know, things like, you know, Wario Land, whichever of these Zelda titles I got really into, probably Link's Awakening. Is Link's Awakening on the classic GB? God, it all blends together. Oh, sorry. Metal Gear 2 was the one where you had to run around naked. in leading to the most impressive no-handed cartwheel done by Raiden. Okay, yeah, and it was Link's Awakening on the classic GB. So, when I think about the games I played the most, like in the classic Game Boy era, very few of them had like weighty stories. Kessel's like, wait, no-handed naked cartwheel? What game was this again? How do you feel about very effeminate pretty boys? Because it's Metal Gear Solid 2, and it's the boy that made everyone a little bit grumpy. It's Raiden! In fairness, Metal Gear Solid 2 is a very good game, but it did use a bait and switch which nobody wanted. It was a very clever way of doing things, like shift the focus from being Solid Snake to observing him in the field, but they try and do a fake out with it that doesn't work. And a lot of the pre-release materials were all around Snake. The demo for Metal Gear Solid 2 famously bundled with Zone of the Enders, which resulted in massive sales for Zone of the Enders for people just buying it for the Metal Gear Solid 2 demo. I'm not even joking. The beginning, you play as Snake in this tanker in New York Harbor, which currently has a the newest generation of Metal Gear, which, surprise, surprise, get nicked by bad guys. Shock! And, okay, that's pretty much the theme throughout Metal Gear Solid 2, is subversion of expectation. Metal Gear was about the next big surprise. Metal Gear Solid, big surprises. Metal Gear Solid 2, subversion of expectation. Like, you think you're going to be playing as Snake the whole game? You're not. You think you know what the new Metal Gear is? You don't. You think you know where the game is going? You absolutely do not. And apparently, despite being in a life and death mission to... Can I tie to this?
I got ready to use the rope to go down.
Okay, yeah. Protects eyes from hard light. Rusty wire. Why am I being a dingleberry? I'm missing something very obvious here. Sorry. It's just like one of my Japanese animes. Glasses on a hook, maybe? Let's give it a try. Darn it! Nah. We can go beat up that guy in the cell and get our lighter back. You're right, I didn't punch the toilet doors. I decided against it. Hello, brother! I'm you! God, remember those times I used to be able to carry on a conversation with at least some assurity and clarity? Give me my shit back! Wait, did we go in here?
Hey, bro, help me. Get me out of this hole.
No, I still don't have a key.
Hey, friend, I'm also innocent.
That's what they all say.
Please, they keep the key in that box.
Alright.
Hold on, I'm opening it.
Thanks, dude.
Oh, what a pity. The key broke.
You bastard!
Hasta la vista.
Oh, Zeke's saying if you want your shit go punch the toilet door on the right. Okay. Get my lighter back. Also, are we an asshole in this? I feel like we're an asshole. Oh, Indy Kylo, I'd love to do VO for something like this. I'm trying not to say that too much because I'm not, like, I'm trying not to sound like I'm just pitching at everyone who comes on in here, you know what I mean? Because I've been genuinely looking forward to playing this game with you all for a while. And I guess it's just turning into, and then Will gushes about Metal Gear Solid as a franchise. Alright. Where was I? Oh, yes! Oh, the right, okay.
You broke down the door and attacked a guard while he was on the toilet?
Yes, I beat the shit out of him.
Is that a joke?
No, I literally beat the shit out of him. That toilet paper wasn't unscented anymore.
Let's move on.
God! Used toilet paper. Oh. Zeke, why? Why would you make me do that? This is just getting worse. Alright. I'm gonna work out what the bloody hell I'm supposed to be doing next. Just hanging out in the line to dry for a bit. It'll be fine. Keith is like, because causing you pain is funny. Oh, good. God, I keep losing my train of thought because the game is very entertaining. I already broke everything in here. No, it was just, the thing I was kind of dancing around was Ghost Babel was the game that got me to think about, like, it's not the title that dictates it's not the platform that dictates what kind of art you can make. That you have a lot of creative freedom when it comes to the kind of games you can put out there. Aha!
I reached a special place where I found something.
Oh no.
What, Mr. Fox?
It was... what was it? Damn, I can't remember.
What? Just let me sleep.
Rami gets it.
Oh yeah, now I remember. It was that damn grenade guy.
Grenade man?
I wanted to punch the hell out of him, but I couldn't reach him.
Le gas!
You reach him.
There was a ditch.
A simple ditch stopped you?
Greatest foe.
This was no mere simple ditch. It was full of tentacles and blood-stained spears that moved up and down. Bony arms that tried to grab me. And
Castlevania, is that
okay,
you?
Okay, Mr. Fox. I get it. You couldn't reach him. For your own good, I'll not include the spears, arms, and tentacles in my report. Now, Mr. Fox, please continue your story.
All right. The fight began as he tossed the first grenade at me.
Jesse Fox versus grenade guy. Ow! My face! Damn it! I need that face!
Oh, yeah.
Alright, here we go. Mean it for real now. I'm gonna! Why does he make dinosaur noises? Fuck! This might be harder than I have thought. The raven on my head.
It was that damn grenade guy.
I just want to gush about Metal Gear Solid 2 for a bit.
Running away. I'll be stupid.
This gun is the best gun ever.
Boss defeated.
Yeah!
I searched the grenade guy.
Wait, wasn't there a ditch?
I used the bridge.
What bridge? But you told me
bridge.
you couldn't cross the ditch.
Because I didn't see it at first. I was completely focused on my opponent, the grenade guy.
You know
I
what?
see.
This is almost like a more cohesive Axe Cop. Like, this feels like a kid telling me the adventures of Jesse Fox, you know? Sort of childish, don't you think?
I put the corpse down next to the ditch a second time.
Why next to the ditch? Were you planning to dump the body?
No. Why would I do that? I never wanted to kill him.
Wait!
And besides, I didn't want to feed the tentacles or skeletons.
I told you I struck that from the report.
That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Zeke, thank you for pointing some of these ones out. Just gonna take him with me. Boss is mine now.
Colonel, do you read me?
Loud and clear, Fox.
I found a rope to go down the sewer.
And you're not down yet? What the hell are you waiting for?
I'm on it, Colonel.
I'm just taking him with us. He's our new friend now. Come on, Corpsey. Let's go make some friends. It's Corpsey. Corpsey the corpse. Alright, fine.
I couldn't see the bottom of that hole, but I anchored the rope and I went down.
It's not gonna let me bring the corpse down. Shenanigans. Alright, secrets found, none. EXP gained 12 out of 18. I choose to believe that was good, and I'm thinking 1 hour on stage 1 of 10 does not for a speedrun make. Chapter 2, something stinks. Really bad.
I anchored the rope and went down into the pitch darkness.
Andorf, sadly we can't play Corpse Pachinko in this game.
Finally, I touched ground. I was in a sewer composed of narrow passages.
And I know what you're all thinking. You're thinking...
There were channels of rotten water and narrow sidewalks.
This looks like a Metal Gear game. Where's the
Typical
Pachinko?
Pipes and waste everywhere. It smelled like shit. The putrid air was barely breathable.
Ah, I see you've been to
Once my lungs
Blackpool.
got used to that stench, I started to investigate my surroundings. First off, I had to check the depth of the water.
It's bad. Jack, welcome back. I wanted to bring the corpse down with us, but the game wouldn't let me. Shenanigans. Like, I'm not saying it's an A-class bug, but I am saying it should be addressed. Oh, Zeke was saying that Grenade Guy made an appearance in all the patch notes, as apparently speedrunners hate him. It sounds like the start of a clickbait article. Speedrunners hate him! Learn the 3 secrets to Grenade Guy. Jack liked to mess with the speedrunners. Yep. Joking aside... Oh yeah, and Jack, Zeke told us to put Grenade Guy's corpse near the ditch, which was very good. And again, I don't mind little pointers towards stuff like that, because as I said, I'm not going to have enough time today to cover all of this game, and I'm actually kind of okay with that, because one, I think this is worth like playing through yourselves and discovering, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, here was a... You know, I shouldn't take joy in companies doing poorly. Like, you know, I shouldn't... I shouldn't rub my hands together with glee at, at large parts of the gaming industry making poor choices. But it's hard not to feel a certain level of vindication as a fan as a person who's been a long-time fan of a lot of Konami properties, that them going all in on pachinko has really fecked him over. I mean, the joke being that like the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake that we got was a pachinko machine. However, the pachinko parlors are dying so fast. With the current state of the world, it's something that people just aren't engaging with. The kind of individuals that would frequent those sort of places have found other means, ones that are, safe and or socially distanced and things like that. So it does mean that Konami's like, let's go all in on gambling has bitten them horrendously in the bum. Now, at this point, I think that as Metal Gear Solid or Castlevania fans or what have you, the most we can hope for are some slightly renewed PC re-releases of back catalogue titles, or Konami just hole up selling their games industry side. Like, they haven't had a successful title in a while, and maybe licensing to other individuals is the way that they're going to get it done. That's a severed arm.
I dipped the severed arm in the water to calculate the depth. As soon as I did, it started shaking. When I pulled it back out, there was nothing but bones. I couldn't explain what I saw, but my instincts told me this water might be dangerous. I'm not gonna lie, I had trouble getting where I needed to go. In fact, I had to build a floating platform to get through. Worse yet, everything down there was out for my blood.
Okay, crossing sewers. Yeah, Edwin makes a good point that for all his faults, his greatest failing, Grenade Guy's downfall was in fact his feelings. Oh, Jack, that would be feckin' lovely. Yeah, no, feel free to link that through. You're already all set. Plastic drum, interesting. We keep it so that it links for subs only, just to avoid like bots and.
Hold on, Mr. Fox. What exactly did you say attacked you?
Sorry, I was second screening and just heard something about pachinko parlors dying.
A human piranha attacked you? I see. And in your opinion, could you elaborate how this hybrid could exist?
That question kept gnawing at the back of my brain the entire day. I dwelled on it over and over again. And after seeing everything I saw on that base, their facilities, their experiments, their labs, I reached the only logical explanation.
And what was that, Mr. Fox?
Science or mother? Let's go mother.
That a woman, hell-bent on becoming a mother, was unable to afford standard artificial insemination, so she sought illicit services on the black market instead. And you know how the black market is. They scam you with any fake shit. She took up an offer from a back alley doctor who did the operation as requested, but she had yet to find out that she was actually fertilized with piranha sperm.
Poor woman.
Months passed, and she became the mother of a school of human piranha hybrids. The horrified woman flushed them down the toilet. They ended up in the sewers, where they would keep reproducing, creating a colony of human piranha hybrids. The same ones that attacked me.
As Kestrel says, seems legit, more common than you think. Lyrus, thank you for the bits. Friends, Jack's linked the Grenade Guy patch notes, which I want to have a look at. Just Willing Outcast is like, the feck did I just join to hear? You know, human... yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like. Oh... Grenade Guy opens a small holiday present from Mike that includes a small Iron Man made from Omega Building. So good. No, this is a legit video game for sensible people. Fucking yo. I just wanted to talk your ears off about Metal Gear. But, sorry, shortcuts are for nerds.
Sergeant Roscoe here. What? Escaped? How?
Damn it, Roscoe!
Sewers? Shit. No, don't send anyone. If he hides like a rat, he will die like a rat. Switch on the shredders.
I thought the turtles were supposed to handle that.
Huh. Did I just hear a rat?
Nope.
Get out from your hole, you cowardly vermin! Look what the cat frag did. The escaped prisoner. We've got some big balls coming here, rodent.
The situation was foobar. He was armed and hunkered down behind his desk. I was screwed.
So what did you do?
In 5 nanoseconds, I scrutinized the room and noticed a very subtle detail. There is a large globe in the middle of the room. I already had what I needed to take him down.
What? Okay, I get it now. I need revenge. Joey, just Jack was just letting us know that every patch note on this game contained an update on Grenade Guy. I'm so happy that's a real thing.
That was the 5th time I died.
Damn it, Rappin' Roscoe. Everyone makes dinosaur noises!
Pissing me off.
And you're pissing me on. Wait, hang on.
Damn you.
Your globe of victory.
Boss defeated.
I just killed that man with the world. You know that those moments you have of realization where you know there's nothing that you can do that will be as funny as what is happening right now? Ooh, keycard. Lovely. You're right. I beat his ass across the globe. The world!
We are the world, we are the children.
Now let me beat you to death. I'm pretty sure that's how the song goes. I keep trying to make like cohesive and sensible points and they keep just dropping out of my head. But got a key card.
Shredders. That asshole Roscoe ordered to have them activated. Later they would be a pain in my ass, but they'd end up saving it too.
Oh, really? No, seriously, this feels like someone got an Axe Cop style script from a 10-year-old and then made it into a whole game in the best way. Like, there's such an air of
As I
nah.
proceeded down the sewer sidewalk, I noticed a path nearby I couldn't reach.
Why not?
It was across the sewer water.
What was the distance to the other side?
1 yard, 10 yards away.
Around 10 yards.
Hold on. Weren't those channels narrow? You're contradicting yourself, Mr. Fox.
That's because the sewer fumes were psychotropic and messing with my senses.
I see.
I realized I needed something to cross to the other side.
Obtain a platform to cross the channels. No, it's just, no matter what happens, he's got a nuh-uh. Take that, hybrid human piranhas. This is not how you're strangely duped. Zwing!
Copy, Colonel.
What's it? What am it? It am good!
Signal down in the sewers.
Have you already escaped? Where are you now?
Not much progress. I should still be near the prisons.
Are you kidding me?
Hybrid human piranha. I just miss mother.
Mother, is that you?
I know, but there are sewer channels.
I've raised my piranhal brothers and sisters, just as you instructed. I'm being punched in the face.
Some materials. Where are you exactly?
I think I'm in the office of some sort of officer.
You should search for classified files about Operation Jericho. Take them with you. They're up to something. I don't know what. We must find out.
Have you already escaped? Yes. Game ending starts. Hey, Duty, how you doing, friend? What ho and welcome. We've been UnMetal this entire time.
What we need here is a bridge building montage.
We really do.
The first file was about an attack plan. Its code name was Operation Jericho. I couldn't find many details because it was encoded. But anyone could understand a chart about casualties. Its lines went all the way to the top.
Do you mean graphically or statistically or... Sorry, Crux, thank you for the 200. And Shackle, same. That just made me laugh. Mother, is that you? I've raised our perennial family very well, and I've awaited your return. Oh, God, being punched!
Before leaving the office, I called Harris to let him know that I found the files. Before leaving the office, I called Harris to let him know that I found the files.
Fine, I'll call him.
Colonel, do you copy?
Copy.
I found some documents. Operation Jericho. Looks like it talks about an attack plan?
Attack? Against what, son?
I have no idea. It's encoded. I'll keep searching for more documents, Colonel.
Operation Jericho is a rumor only known by a few officers and, of course, the enemy. How did you find out about it, Mr. Fox?
As I told you, Colonel Harris asked me to search for files about it.
The deceased Colonel Harris? Yes.
I had the feeling that this officer didn't believe anything I was saying.
It's understandable. I don't believe you either.
Wait.
Oh, really? Well, Miss Incredulous, why ask me to tell you the story?
Well, I like the way you tell it. And since there are no theaters here.
Great.
So, what was Operation Jericho?
Turns out that location was actually a clandestine base, with the company codenamed X-Army, commanded by someone named General X. They were planning a large-scale attack against Allied posts.
And that plan was?
Be patient. That comes later.
Hey! Don't be like that. Come on, tell me.
The officer that was taking my statement was also curious about what I knew.
And what exactly do you know about Operation Jericho, Mr. Fox?
That it was a hell of an operation. Harris and I knew the details thanks to the files we found. Correction, I found.
Again, how much did you exactly find out?
Let me continue. You'll find out later.
Things to say in an interview. Let me tell you, you'll find out later. But what about the news? Okay, so we're now 2 levels deep of narrator. So this is somebody telling somebody else in a car journey the story of their interview about this whole thing. I'm going for a piss.
The first file was about an attack plan.
Yeah. Bad luck my ass. Do 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 do.
Who's there?
Kitty.
Damn cat.
Kitty.
Who's there?
Mike, T-Rex, cat. T-Rex, obviously.
Damn T-Rexes.
Yes!
Was they extinct? Base, escaping prisoner. Send backup.
Damn it, I'm gonna need somewhere to hide. But no XP because we didn't knock him out quiet. Mmm, delicious uranium. What?
Heading south, I ran into a couple of trucks. That was my big chance to escape. But first, I had to get rid of the guards.
Now, does anyone know where we could find a box that says oranges?
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Someone
Weapons
does!
online. All systems nominal.
Oi.
Oi, oi, indeed. Orzine, thank you for... How many months is that? 26. Bleeding Nora. It's like there's been no one under 2 years throwing in stuff today. Like, feckin' yo. Okay, so Kestrel's saying that the next scene after him telling the person in the car is going to be him in the library telling the story to a bunch of preschoolers.
Heading east, I ran into a hound.
Puppy!
You didn't hurt it, did you?
A puppy? That monster was the size of a horse.
Horse puppy!
I wanted to see if it was friendly. Puppy, puppy, are you a good boy? But that hound was trained to kill. Its
Is this the
bloody
reason the whole
eyes
house smells of
looked at me
cookies?
like I was a well-done
Hang on,
steak.
let me give it 2 seconds so I can... Puppy, no! Alright. So, friends, whilst we've been crawling through this military prison and gruffly delivering lines and, you know, basically messing with the narrative, the whole house has been slowly smelling of cookies. Are you telling me that you baked a double stuffed Oreo into an existing cookie?
I baked a mega stuffed cookie, Oreo.
Look at it. Look at it. Biscuitception. Wow. Cookies and cookies and cookies. All right, let's give it a try. That seems like, oh look, diabetes.
There we go.
Oh.
Holy feck, someone call the cops. Someone stole all Will's boxes.
It's a robbery, I tells thee. Shackle, thank you for the 200. My boxes! My precious boxes have been nicked. I can't eat this whole thing. This is so much sugar. Damn, that's good though. I was starting to wonder why the whole house was smelling so damn good. The answer will surprise you. Alna says these need to be eaten beneath a cloth, so God cannot see your sin. Joke's on him. No gods or kings. Only cookies. Cookies! And wait, Lagmeister, you feel robbed. Look, my boxes are missing. I've been clearly robbed. So Lagmeister, how are you doing this afternoon? We're playing UnMetal. It is glorious. Oh shit, we didn't choose our person for this one because we did Rami for the previous. Who are we gonna have for this one? Holy crap, this is good. It's Oreos, but melty. Okay, we can go for Smashly. I trust your choices, Zeke.
Smashly voice pack activated.
Okay. We've got nothing we can distract the dog with. And I kind of don't want to punch the dog. Puppy wins. Flawless victory. Which, by the way, not too dissimilar from the very first Metal Gear, where the dogs were bloody lethal. And do we have... We've got plastic drums. Glass eye. We've got coins. But I don't think we've got a ball. Yes, I have become Chew Toy.
Heading east,
Puppy. Okay. Barrios is like, hey, that looks like something you did in real life. Roll the clip. If someone wants to show Jack and people who are stopping in the clip that, let's say, earned me a reputation for quite some time. Don't worry, I've got an idea.
Heard something. Hey, a coin.
Bubs, what are you up to?
What are you doing?
It's using the monitor as a climbing frame.
Hey, no.
What time is it, friends? It's almost time for Amos Chaos O'Clock. Hop a chop!
Once the guards were history, I examined the engine. Die, truck!
You'll ever punch a truck to death?
I took a glance and my worst fears came true. It was an old diesel engine with no AdBlue or particulate filter.
What does that mean?
Running away in that truck would have polluted the area with nitrogen oxides and microparticles. And I wasn't willing to sacrifice the environment for a hasty retreat.
God, this game's
So I armed
good.
myself with patience, and I kept searching for another way to escape.
Well, Jesse, I didn't know you were so eco-friendly.
Well, it's nothing really.
Right, friends, you can see why I wanted to show you this. And why, I mean, if you'll forgive me pitching at you, like, this is absolutely a game that you should pick up and have a crack at yourself.
Base, escaping prisoner. Send backup.
No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Ow! Shot me in the back! Bullshit! Oh, you can't just go hide in the shitter. Oh. Coin back. This could have gone much better. Oh, hey. Ozine, no worry. Sorry. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you're having a lovely Tuesday. I'm more than happy to be second screen whilst you're arting it up. Whose blood is this? The Lale Lule Lo. Yeah, and I do want to apologise to especially people that have been here for a while. I know whenever we start talking about Metal Gear Solid, I get like that. It's just... the Metal Gear Solid franchise is simultaneously brilliant and feckin' stupid. There's so many things about it that have been pivotal in video games as a whole. You know, have shaped the industry as we know it. But, like... there's also so many parts of that series that are dumb, stupid, and bad. And it's like... one of the problems when discussing it is that it's often attributed to one person. It's attributed to Hideo Kojima, and so far as I understand from anecdotal stories of those that have worked with him or those that have known people who've worked with him, he's very controlling. He takes an active interest in all parts of the development and tends to micromanage people a lot. So to understand how much or how little control he has over his projects, it's a difficult one to talk about. But like, it's also really hard to avoid attributing all of the creation to him. You know, I do not think that he is necessarily an egotistical person, but he is a name, and being a name in video games is quite rare and very powerful. If Kojima goes into a meeting and goes, "Hi, I am Hideo Kojima. I want you to pay for my next game," people are going to go, "Yes." And it's going to be like, don't you want to hear what it is? They're like, "It's fine." It's about a delivery person. Cool, already going to fund it. In America, it's brilliant, you've already got the money. But America that looks like Iceland or Greenland. And it's primarily non-combat. And you have to babysit a baby the whole time. Also, there's spooky fear ghosts. Like, he can literally pitch whatever he wants because of the legacy he has. As, you know, consumers will purchase one of his games just on his name alone. It still needs to be good, but anyway. This is why it's hard to understand how much or how little of certain decisions are him. But like, you know, Metal Gear Solid 4, brilliant game, great ending to the story. But the Beauty and the Beast unit, plus the Beauty and the Beast photo shoot mode, where, and here's the thing, these are all meant to be femme-present individuals that have massive psychological problems caused either directly due to or, you know, as the after effect of conflict. That after defeating them and killing them in battle, you then have a sexy photo shoot with them. No, there's nothing troubling about that as a concept. And do not get me started on Quiet, because I'm livid as a Metal Gear fan. Livid! But then Metal Gear Solid 5 also does one of the best jobs about explaining the varying geopolitical situations that came to contribute to, like, Afghanistan's current situation as a country. Like, I didn't even know about the Mujahideen before playing Metal Gear Solid 5. And when you start learning a lot of this stuff, like, the history of that whole region makes a buttload more sense. Like, it's simultaneously, there's great bits and there's feckin' terrible bits. And again, video games are never produced by just one person in isolation. I mean, perhaps there are some rare occasions, but, you know, no art is made purely in a vacuum of one. So it might have been someone on the team that was like, hey, look, you know, the market research has come back and they're like, we need to have a sexy character. It's like, all right, fine. Well, the sniper can be the sexy character. Fucking whatever. I don't care. Or it could have been an intentional choice. And that intentional choice is bad. You know, the fact that she does yoga stretches in the helicopter, I'm just like, fuck off. Okay, I promise, I've put my little pin on. yeah, and Jack, that is a very good way of putting it. Even the one-man army situations, they do pull inspiration from a lot of other places. And yeah, Unepic is a good game that launched at exactly the right time and has had like the longest tail of success. And has allowed to lead to situations like this. Sorry, it's the guinea pigs getting into trouble. It's not me! Yeah, definitely gonna... I'm liking this new lighting better. Even if it does look like I've got kind of like a pride flag style Sims pointing arrow above my head. But it's a little dark because you can't see my hair! I just disappear into the background like, look, I'm a ghost with a big face. Sorry. Completely lost my train of thought there. Let's just keep going. It'll come back to me. Let's go break a few boxes, see what it gets us. Gasoline. More gasoline. Delicious. Hey, Jack, if you're heading back to go get stuff done, look, thank you so much for your time on this. And, like, please, like, pass on to Fran my, I guess, thanks for such a cracking game, you know?
Next level up is him talking to a therapist. Top level are aliens reading his memories form brain in a jar.
Yeah, Shackle, it just keeps going up. You know, the final one is it's him inside a snow globe. Yeah, Jack, go do the dev things. I shall endeavour to be your background noise as well. Which, actually, Jack, I mean, unfortunately, the rest of the long show have had to hear this like 18 million times. But one of my goals when I started streaming was basically to be the kind of stream I wish I'd had. Like, when I was doing stuff in the run-up to like GDC and things like that, you know, where I had to just like sit down, head down, just bang out emails. I wanted the kind of streams I could just have on the side and occasionally be like, yo, that's a really good point. Or, what should I do about this particular industry situation? And have someone who's like, you know, I've got a thing. Fake Hookshot's like, not the spiel again. Yo, more new people we get, more it's getting explained. Oh. Note to self, break everything. Hookshot, one day will make us all rich and famous. I mean, okay, joking aside, the only reason I would love to have a massive viewership is so that I can be like, hey everybody, look at this game, it's awesome, please spend your money on it. But it is what it is, you know? Okay, so it says content outside, punch brown boxes, roger, roger.
Why did you keep punching those crates? What did you expect to happen?
Nothing in particular.
Then why this gratuitous violence?
I don't know. I suppose I got lost in the moment. You know, for being imprisoned for a crime I didn't commit.
That is brilliant. Ah, Hookshot, that's lovely. Although, like I said, you've got Steam Next Fest coming up, so you're going to see a big old spike. Actually, friendos, let me be a vaguely good friend. Not a great friend, vaguely good. Oh, good. That's fascinating. Okay, sorry. Jack was saying, as a side note, when testing the game, a lot of people stopped after 5 punches. So there's the dialogue that I just propped from doing that. Oh, that's fascinating. Jack suggested to Fran, let's add a thing for people for punching the box 6 times, because everyone stops at 5 and they're expecting it to keel over from there. But, sorry, the thing I was going to add, friends. So, oh, darn it! Sorry, I forgot I had the audio on from showing off the trailer from UnMetal. So, friendos, this is Hookshot's... No, that's the address to my own stream. We're already here! Friends, that is a lightsmith. That is one of Hookshot's titles. I believe... Wait, unless you're talking about the squirrel title being the next one, in which case we can throw that one in as well. Am I getting games mixed up? Is it one of those days? Okay, squirrels is next best. All right. But no, that's fascinating. Because we all know the whole thing of, like, you know, comedy comes in 3s and all that. But I hadn't heard the rule of 5. But it makes a strange kind of sense.
Mr. Fox, I'm still waiting on an explanation for the noose.
Later, officer.
Kessel's like, he's never going to explain the noose, is he? Nope. That's it. Poppy, no.
Watch out. There's a guard looking here. If you move, he'll see you.
Tell me when he's not looking.
That bastard won't move. He's over here all the time.
Fuck.
Hold on. I have an idea. Yo, Mike! Mike!
Shut up.
Yo, Mikey!
Your mom naked in the bathtub. Wanna buy him? Real cheap.
You bastard!
I'm done with this shit. Shoot him.
I'm already on my way.
Nice.
Thanks for the help.
Thank you for knocking out that dick.
By the way, name's Jesse Fox.
I'm Mike.
Hold on. Don't tell me the prisoner was also named Mike.
Yeah.
No. Hold on. It wasn't Mike.
Wasn't Mike. It's the other guy.
Robert.
Let's see if I can get you out of here, Robert.
Thanks, Fox, but no. If you escape, they'll shoot you. And I'd rather be jailed than buried. You don't have a radio, do you?
Hold on. I'll get one for you.
Bring a radio to the prisoner. All right. Yeah, so Jack, we changed it because I figure, like, level to level, let's mix it up. Noves Novelle, Watto and welcome. In fairness, Jack only got in here today because we're playing UnMetal, so I can't claim any kind of, like, grand super viewership. McDonald Miller! The lolly lolly low. But if this is quietly becoming the cool kids hangout, then I won't say no. Oh! Well, then, Noves, I mean, it was obviously lovely to meet you beforehand, but yeah.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Feckin' House Carl does not feck around. Lyras, thank you for gifting a sub to Noves. That's feckin' cool of you. I guess, firstly, congratulations. Your performance in this is feckin' brilliant. Yeah, House Carl don't feck around. And also, hello. I'm gonna have to introduce myself again. You know this, right? The spiel's coming once more. It can't be stopped. Must break everything! With fists!
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! Okay. Lyrus managed to tag Noves, but J-Post managed to tag Zeke. Zeke! That's what you get for hesitating. Ah, finally! The palette we need to progress. Ah, we have too much first aid stuff. Ah, I guess I'm just winning too hard. Zeke, no! Zeke, no! Oh. Why does this seem sus?
Nothing interesting.
Wait! God damn it. God damn it,
The
Jesse!
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arc villain Shredder.
Yo! That's fucking cool of you. Noves, that's fucking cool. And it went over to Lawrence. So it's kind of like voice actor on voice actor action tonight. Okay, I could have phrased that better, but the intent was pure.
Hey, Robert. Did you get that radio? Yeah. Here you go.
Thanks, Fox. I'll call you if I find out anything.
If you want to talk, use channel 2.
Okay, now get out of here before the guards show up.
And Kestrel's like, well, you couldn't have phrased that any better. I think I coulda. I think I coulda.
Jesse here. Do you copy?
I hear you.
Hey, Robert. You don't look like a military man.
Of course not. I'm a photographer.
Hold on. You're not a paparazzi, are you?
That's right. A paparazzi. And one of the worst kind, too.
Who was your favorite lady to stalk?
Her name was Big Bertha.
Oh, Big. That your thing?
That was the name of a German howitzer. I'm actually a war journalist.
Thought you said you were a paparazzi.
Yep. I said I was the worst fucking kind, too.
Damn, Robert, you must have fucked up royally to end up locked in here.
I've seen things I wasn't meant to, Fox.
Okay, I love it how everyone's come on by. We've got loads of new people in here, and most of you are taking this as an opportunity to share my shame moment. Oh, puppy, no! Puppy, no. I'm just gonna Wait, hang on. Can we overfeed the dog? Poor puppy! No! Little chubby puppy! It's so chubby! Look at his little feeties! Oh, sorry. Let's come back. Oh. Baron, that does sound feckin' rad. Just shame. Jack says, interesting backstory. Robert is the only character that Jesse starts to act more natural around. So his conversations with Robert is much more casual and tend to explore that side of him. Okay, we'll make sure to call him a lot. Favor6 was asking if it was a reference to DayZ Zev. Actually, it was a dev from Bohemia Interactive working on Arma 3. Now, despite the fact that they are now separate companies, so Bohemia Interactive that make the Arma series is actually one fork of a company that's split into two legally distinct entities. One making the Arma series and the other making military simulation technology for actual armies. So they were people working for Bohemia taking photos of military bases. That's why they ended up getting locked up, because, yeah, it's a whole thing.
Robert, still there?
Yep.
Hey, how did they catch you?
I was in the outskirts of Katsala, taking some pictures of a bunch of military trucks.
Yep.
There was too much security. They were obviously hiding something. I couldn't clearly see what they were loading, so I got closer. Turns out, I got too close. Next thing you know, I was surrounded by a bunch of pricks, aiming rifles at my head.
Did you at least manage to see what they were loading?
Sure did, but I was disappointed.
What did you see?
Concrete.
Concrete? Are you kidding?
2 huge rectangular concrete blocks. Each could barely fit into a truck.
You were imprisoned for a piece of concrete? Fuck, man. I'd be disappointed too.
Too much security for something so mundane. But enough about me. You should get back to your escape, my friend.
And see what the Colonel's doing.
Colonel, do you read me?
Loud and clear, Fox.
I have a wooden platform.
So what are you waiting for? Get back to the sewers and keep running.
I'm not so sure it'll hold my weight.
Be creative, son. Look for floats of some kind and attach them onto the platform.
Do 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 do. Sorry, Zeke, I missed your. He just needs an after dinner mint. One that is wafer. Can I interest you in a wafer thin mint?
After making the platform, I had what I needed to cross the sewer channels to freedom.
Huh. Wait. We need to head back because there were other places we could go earlier on. Sorry, Jack was just giving us some more details that Robert is the only one he typically says the F-bomb to. He prefers other swear words with other characters. Interesting. Okay, so I can't gum up the wires there. Okay. Never mind. Sorry, what were we nattering about, friends?
Hold on, Mr. Fox. The platform just vanished.
What? Of course not. I picked it up every time I got to the other side.
God, pay
You
attention!
didn't mention that. Sounded like it vanished.
Well, I didn't feel like I had to mention something so obvious.
Then should I write down that you picked up the platform every time you used it?
Yes, of course.
Well, Mr. Fox, please continue with your story.
I picked it up and I put it down. So, actually, one of the things that I do want to acknowledge is... Hang on. I must rid these piranha of their... I don't know, whatever it is they're up to at the moment. Empty bottle nonsense. Haha! I'm a genius! Shredded tuna. Okay. Oh, content. Expect where
Mr. Fox.
I then
the
blinked
noose.
and breathed
Later.
a few times.
Don't try
You
my
now get
patience,
blinking
Mr.
and
Fox.
breathing mechanics.
The old classic. Do 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 do. Wellity, wellity, wellity. Stamina? Man, I love stamina. Increases your max HP by 2. Woohoo!
Jesse here. Over. Shit, there's no signal down here.
Ah, peoples. Ah, fuck, what was I going to go for? I do apologise, friends, that a few of my conversational topics have just drifted out of my head. So firstly, let's see what's up here. It's another toilet! Ah, much better. Feck, your doors. And Feck, your sink. Ba-bap. Damn sewer shredders. Oh no! I have been slain! I know I said I wasn't going to break doors, but I changed my mind. Kestrel, I've got to at some point. Interesting. Oh, sorry, Jack was just saying, so friends, the game was built backwards. So, UnMetal was built with hard as the default difficulty instead of normal. The game's initial reviews were that the game was satisfyingly challenging, and they worked to improve and separate the medium and easy difficulties. Easy has a lot of visual cue adjustments, mechanic changes, and changes some of the bosses from puzzle to complete experiences, to more traditional action fights, to simply changing the knobs in a neat way. I mean, that's way cool. One of the things we've been talking about a lot recently has been the differentiation between like difficulty and challenge, and what those things serve as a purpose to. Hello, Bubs. No, you can absolutely not eat an Oreo chocolate chip cookie. That would probably kill you. My Bubs. My Bubby. I need to turn this up. Hang on a second, friends. Still doing some adjustments. Hey, there we go. Adjustable lighting. Amos the puppy. What do you need? Amos in space. Amos in space. He is entirely unimpressed with my singing. I can't even know. Sorry. So it's a topic we've been talking a lot about recently, is the differentiation between like challenge and difficulty. So the goal of UnMetal as a game, while challenge is a part of it. Oh. Darn it! Oh, wet! Fine. Well, okay, so while the challenge is not separate of it, at least from my perspective, having played this much, like, this game is about humor. Humor through mechanics, humor through story, humor through a whole bunch of good times. So... trying to get him, trying to get the fish ground up. Darn it! I'm punching them to death too quickly. All along, I was too awesome to continue.
By the way, how many rats were down there?
A lot. Like so
Hell
many.
yeah. The sewer was infested with assassin rats.
They're like regular
They
rats,
were
but
everywhere,
worse.
rushing to devour me alive. It was horrible. Felt like I was a huge chunk of cheese.
There's so many rats. Just... Run, cheese, run!
Loose the vermintide. Yes, yes.
The vermintide has been released. Yes, yes. Yeah, we can't get back there. Fucking wee! Challenge unlocked. The smell of napalm. Oh my life.
Inside some debris, I found an old flamethrower. It was in bad condition, but I could fix it.
An old
The worst
flamethrower,
part
you
was
say?
The fuel tank was savagely chewed apart. It couldn't be saved, so I set out to replace it.
Fred would like to point out that I won't be able to do the smell of napalm challenge because its affiliation with mornings. There's been times I've been known to wake up. Right? I mean, I must have been able to get my ass out of bed at some point. Though I am sorry, dear friends, I do need to follow Jesse's example. I am busting for the loo. So I will be back with your lovely selves in just a second. Although I don't know how we're going to top that last moment. I just... Again. Jack, please, please pass on how much fun we're having with this game to Fran. I'm sure, like, by this point, considering the amount of, like, big content creators and peeps who've been involved, like, there's no short of praise being leveled at this, but for what little my voice counts towards that, like, just feckin' thank you. Okay, I'll be back in just a second. Sorry for the wait, friends. Fiona's currently putting up a towel rack in a bathroom, and because Amos has a habit of, if he's allowed in either of the bathrooms, he's like, you know what I should do? Chug toilet water. There was one instance where he drank one of them fucking dry. That was not a good night. But because Fiona's in there, so she got the door closed, Amos is outside just being like, oh, I'm so alone. I'm so lost within you. Oh, Lyris, just in case you're lurking, have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? And Jack, I mean, you're right. As a stream, it's a shame that I'm not going through this in its entirety. And, I mean, alright, if the Longship as a whole want to continue this stream-wise, like, you don't have to twist my feckin' arm. Also, check it out. Guess who's got teeny tiny cups now? They're like the airplane-sized ones. They make me feel like I'm a giant. Oh yes, hello, my name is Will. I'm holding this regular-sized can of soda in my giant big meaty beef hands. Shackle, that is legit how he sounds. He's like, I was alone forever. You left me. I'm just like, mate, I'm taking a piss. Calm. But the thing I will say is, like, friends, if you've been enjoying this, like, consider picking this up, because this is something really interesting. The thing I wanted to talk about before we unpause this, I really wanted to talk about how this is doing such a good job with its humor. Like, we've played comedy games in the past, you know, ranging from the surreal to the odd. And I was thinking about There Is No Game, and how that is a very, very, very funny video game, if you know video games. Like, whole swaths of that title are very, very reliant on... are very much reliant on you, the user, having a very, very in-depth knowledge of, like, video games and video game history. Like, the whole section that's kind of based on a LucasArts point-and-click. If you'd never went through that, it's not funny. And the areas based on, like, you know, free-to-play mobily games, that humor only really lands if you're an older gaming person and got hit with that first wave of iPhone exploitative, like, mobily cash grab games. Because the thing is, yes, those kinds of cash grab games do still exist, but consumers are a lot more wary. Yeah, Shackle, or like the Hex if it was your first video game, or Undertale, large swaths of the humor will be lost. Like, Undertale and the Hex still have messages beyond. And There Is No Game also has some interesting points about, like, the difference between, you know, creator and creation and things like that. Empty flamethrower. Oh, here we go. Flamethrower, old and rusty.
After the repairs,
my
flamethrower was ready.
I thought I was going to have to find a
tubes
tube or a
were
pipe.
covered in rust, so I took great care to avoid overheating it.
The emphasis he said is, I took great care to avoid overheating. All right. But you know, I do need to see what happens when we overheat it at least once. Explosion! You know what, Zeke? That emote becomes more and more useful the more and more of this we play. Okay, flamethrower ready.
After the repairs.
Knees weak, arms spaghetti. So jumping back into chat, so Jack's saying that as a bit of insight, Fran, like the main creative on this one, genuinely witty guy, but in a dad-like way. He lives in Spain, and a lot of his focus when writing is how to make useful humour around the world. If it can't be funny in 8 out of 10 languages, how can we change it? Jack goes on to add they're a very analytical humorist. Their friend K-Drac is a memist, so the 3 perspectives focus on international humour. That's a very good point. Now, I'm dyslexic. I speak English good well, like, with my human people face noise, but reading and written, like, I am one of those individuals that I'm occasionally funny by pure process of just rapid fire talking. The ability to write funny is very difficult, and then being able to transfer that into different regions, like, holy crud. Usually one of the hardest things for localization teams to tackle is humor, because especially anything involving puns, colloquialisms, you know, things that are part of core cultures in other parts of the world don't directly translate, which is real feckin' hard. So, you know, I'm not entirely sure how memes pass between cultures, because I have no visibility on that. Do you know what I mean? So it's not something I can talk about. Shaq was saying, I'm pretty sure it was going to happen naturally, didn't have to force it. And Jack goes on to add that that's how they approach comedy. Fans write about how a lot of comedy is lost when you care about the one culture. Often a lot of games are way funnier in America than anywhere else. Very yes. I mean, the thing, I hadn't even considered that, you know. The thing that had really struck me was how this game isn't reliant on you having played every Metal Gear Solid to get it. You know what I mean? And it would be very, very... It would be very easy to kind of fall into the trap of just using Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid references as the basis of the humor. Because it's very easy to assume, like, oh, you know, everybody's played Metal Gear, right? Everybody knows that. Everyone knows that. Crispy. Does that make anyone else hungry? It's making me hungry. And the faces you make. Surprising. Also that. Interesting. So Jack was also adding that Fran has played the original Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. And only a few hours of Metal Gear Solid 2. Barely played like the PlayStation variants. Fascinating. I know you're coming, rats. Short, controlled bursts of fire! This is a lot of rats. Okay, Shackle, you do understand that if you've summoned a Vermintide, you do have to tell me by law. Otherwise, it's entrapment. It's vermin entrapment. No, that's a real legal rule. You do have to tell me. I am so sorry. It turns out that baked Oreo and a teeny tiny bit of soda for a great belch make. Yeah, see rattle, if you will. Jack says a lot of the Metal Gear specific jokes are from them. And they do them when they're a nod to those who enjoy the games, but are relevant to other action movies people who don't. Yeah, it does help that, like, Kojima hot lifted his inspirations. Now, if there is one lesson to take from the Metal Gear franchise, it's that it is...
I did not summon the Vermintide. You did that on your own.
Wait. So if you didn't summon the Vermintide, and I didn't summon the Vermintide, then who's driving the plane? Thank you for the 200. I think I'm exceedingly funny. Saylin's asking if we're going to get into the ninja bicycle rat gang stuff. Yeah, well, Shackle, I don't know if you've seen this already, if I'm the last person, but, like, there's a lot of rat ninjas in the new Magic expansion that are, like, reworkings of old ones. And I do understand that the biker mice from Mars were just that, you know, they were mice. But... okay. Just gonna do a quick heal while we're having a natter. But still. No, so what I wanted to get into very quickly is that it's entirely okay, especially with your early projects, to wear your inspiration on your sleeve. Like, Solid Snake is Snake Plissken from Escape from New York. He's even called Plissken in Metal Gear Solid 2. Like, there's no subtleties there. And there are so many parts and aspects.
The pilot. The name for someone who drives or flies a plane is pilot. It's like a lot of pies. Pilot.
It's like a lot of pies. Pilot. Ah, yes, now I understand. Saglin is also adding that several of the new Ninja Rats are also Ace Mech pilots, but hey, look, the fact that there is a G Gundam reference in the new Magic the Gathering set is more than I can. Let's see how it does. Go for it. It's alright.
It's so dark in here.
Yeah, but it looks better on here. I mean, it's alright. It's back to the shine. But there, look, see, look, it's my face. Look, it's my face.
I see your face.
It doesn't look so sad. It looks right better. What have you done? Yuri. Okay. No, but Shackles, thank you for the bits, friend. Even if I'm just using those as an excuse to tell terrible, terrible jokes. What I did want to say was, like, the 80s action movie references that prop up Metal Gear Solid as a franchise are so obvious. And that's okay. One of the things that, as a series and a franchise, it had the opportunity to do was, because it was successful, they were able to return and flesh out characters beyond them just being reworkings of existing, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'll take that. Well, this is bad.
You must have been very lonely down there.
Nah, I had some company.
Nani? Jesse Fox versus Sewer Junk. Guess I'm setting you on fire.
And that thing had tentacles?
Again with the tentacles.
You mention it.
To quote Bayonetta, tentacles. Why does it always have to be tentacles?
It had 6 tentacles.
I have a feeling the challenge is to beat this guy without using the flamethrower. But that's not fun. Yeah, iframes.
Excuse
Then
me.
my luck turned
I'm pretty
south.
sure it had
The old
tentacles.
flamethrower?
Well, Shackle. There's no way I can pursue this line of humour without it going into some very, very strange and thankfully well-catered areas of the internet. So I'm just going to go, and stop using my flamethrower.
Broke apart as I continued the fight. So I finished it the old-fashioned way, with my fists.
Fist versus tentacle. Come back here so I can punch you. Oh, come on! Alright, that was on me. It's fire time.
You must have been very lonely down there.
Ultrazini's just suggesting to try the slingshot. We can. Can still punch it as well. The uranium slingshot.
Ugh. And that thing had
6 tentacles.
It had 6 tentacles.
Alright, out of bullets. It's time to get punching.
I nearly had that thing dead, but
then it exploded!
Exploded due to a gasoline leak.
Oh, come on! Damn it, Zeke! Try and say it exploded. Don't
must
be
have been very
fair.
lonely down there.
No, I'm burning this crispy bastard. Have I tried 2 tentacles? No. Suppose I could try less tentacles.
And that thing had tentacles?
Well, now that you mention it,
2 tentacles.
it had 2 dozen tentacles.
Why are you like this? Fuck you lot. You guys are jerks. You are super jerk crumb bums. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Zeke's like, and everything I do for my own amusement.
I nearly had that thing dead. Broke apart as I continued.
I will not be answering questions at this time. God darn it! Get back here, you squishy brain bastard! Yes! Get in the bin! Okay, so healing faster or recovering faster? Decisions. I feel like we're not running out of items or times to use them. I just need them to heal better. So Jack was saying on harder difficulties, on top of flamethrower damage reduced by 30%, and the cooldown is slower, we also have to deal with waves of rodents. How about... No! Whoa! Excuse me. Not letting it catch me off guard this time. Ah, well, look at Zeke. My name's Zeke, and I fought the tentacle monster without using flame, and it were uphill both ways. Feed us hot coals in our bed. Actually, no, that is very impressive, and I'm very happy for you. Okay, so combine gasoline to make a bottle with gasoline. Then combine the handkerchief. Yeah! There we go. Now it's party time. We only get one to start with. Alright. I have 2 Molotovs, thank you. Alright, what else can I do? Wristwatch with a digital display? Which is... No, you know what? I'm just gonna not equip. Okay. Oh, Peebles. Zeke says we're going to try dousing the cigarette in the red thingy. I know what you're trying to do, but I want to see. I did get nearly almost exploded in a... Kablooey! We did a shoot for Total War Attila, and I had to stand in front of a Christmas tree that had been doused in gasoline. It was my first time kind of being around a gasoline explosion. I mean, an intentional controlled, but still a gasoline explosion nonetheless. And I didn't realise just quite how violently gasoline really does explode. And I remember being like thrown forward from the explosion and feeling like the heat coming past me.
Mr. Fox, the gallows noose, tell me how you got it.
I'll tell you later.
Enough. You've tried my patience, Mr. Fox. Tell me right now how you got that damn noose. Or I'll kick your ass and throw you in isolation.
Okay. No need for that. I was just about to tell you.
Good. Hair, guts, or broccoli? Friends, hair, guts, or broccoli? The only true three choices. Alright, Jack, I'll pop on the wristwatch in just a second, see what we get. Alright, 2 for broccoli, 1 for hair. Broccoli's currently winning. Three for broccoli, that's enough for me.
I asked Mike, the prison guard, to make a noose so I could hang myself. And he brought me one, thinking I would do it. That's all.
What about the broccoli?
Broccoli? What are you talking about?
My apologies, Mr. Fox. I think I mixed something up.
Is that really how you got the news?
Of course not. I lied to the officer.
Why?
Because no one threatens me to tell the truth.
Then how did you really get the news?
I'll tell you later.
Stage complete! Oh, we got 1 of 2 secrets. Alright. New record! Only an hour 30.
The light at the end of the tunnel was not the jungle I was hoping for. Instead, I found myself in what looked like an office. With cabinets, desks, and of course, a damn guard. Later, I'd realized that I was in one of the 2 main buildings of the military base. The building had 3 floors, hidden secrets, and a few unexpected surprises.
Agananiki's saying they hope and pray that the after credit scene has just a piece of broccoli in spotlight. Oh, friends, we might have to keep going with this like next week. I'm not stopping the show anytime soon. It's just.
Huh? What was that?
So here in the bird, yes, but and then some. So this is called UnMetal, and it's something genuinely special. Let me grab you the Steam page for it. It is. I want to say this is more than the sum of its parts as a title. It's like, friends. It's very easy to go, yeah, it's a Metal Gear Solid parody. How do you even begin to cover like the other stuff? You know what? Just if you get the chance, just throw yourself into this and just enjoy.
In the beginning, I didn't know exactly where I was, but I knew for sure I wasn't.
Oh, I was going to put the watch on, that was it.
Now that I could get a signal, calling the colonel crossed my mind. But I realized I didn't have much to report. Speak of the devil.
Zwing!
Son, do you copy?
Copy, Colonel.
For the love of God, where have you been? I thought you were dead.
As I said, Colonel, there's no signal in the sewers.
Give me a sit rep, son.
My report. After crossing a mile of smelly, mutant-infested shit streams, fighting thousands of rodents and nearly being torn apart by some shredders, I managed to get out of there, and I'm still in this fucking military base.
Don't lose your marbles, son. You have plenty of nighttime, and they don't know your location. Take advantage of this and get the hell out of there.
Woohoo!
Just don't forget the documents. We need to find out more about Operation Jericho.
Like Jerry,
If I make it out alive, will you write me a recommendation letter?
If you make it out, we'll give you a damn purple cross. Over and out.
I had no doubt that the Colonel worked for the government.
Why is that?
Because the only thing that old bastard did was demand, demand, demand.
Okay, Zeke. I hope it's smooth and easy sailings. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day, friend. And like, thanks for stopping in, yo. It's always good to hang out. Like, this is probably where I get to have the most actual like conversations and chats with friendos. So Hero, how are you doing? How's it been going with you, friend? I heard your corner of the world's been getting snow again. Is it you guys, or I might be getting everything completely arse backwards? Oh, okay. So the difference between wearing the watch and not is without the watch, it shows us our speedrun time. And if we put the watch on, it shows local time. That's pretty fucking cool. Let's see how our friendo's doing.
Do you copy?
Yo.
And that was it! Hero saying no snow for them. They're further east, more towards the Gulf. Okay. I mean, it's a massive chunk of the world, so it's not like it's a one and done. Hang on, how do I combine the eye? The sunglass? Nah. What was that noise? Oh, Shackle's referencing me getting attacked by dogs, in case some of you haven't seen my... Oh, I totally got him. Shenanigans, I tell you. Shenanigans. So, Hero's saying, good news, bad news. Just built a powerhouse of a PC. Woo! And a new desk and setup. Bad news. Oh no! Well, I hope they have a full and speedy recovery, friend. A drink to surpass metal beer. My God. Sorry. The juxtaposition of, friend, I hope serious thing goes much better and you are doing well. Woohoo! To Metal Gear Solid references. Okay, that's good to hear, Hero. That's good to hear. Hero, if you'll forgive me for referencing hobby-type stuff after a serious topic. Basically, I'm planning on doing a Gundam challenge later in the year, and I wanted to cordially invite you and yours to come join us. That we're going to do a G Gundam style challenge. Everybody that wants to sign up, the goal is this: we're going to make G Gundam style mechs based on different parts of the games industry, and then we're going to have kind of like a knockout tournament to see who wins. And I was wondering if that was something you'd be interested in joining us for. I haven't got a date for it, and we'd be probably looking to like build and then have it ready by June, July-ish. Around about the time that would have been E3. The details would be, it can be, the base of it can be any 144 kit. Like, try not to spend too much money on it, but there's no minimum, there's no upper. Like, if peeps want to just buy some of like the entry grade kits. Like, look at this guy. Hello, yes, my name is Entry Grade Gundam. It's lovely to meet you. Currently being pirated by Perun, which is why I sound like this. Thank you. Please come join in the Gundam challenge. That'd be great. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. These are so fun to put together. But yeah, so the idea is that we'll break up the games industry into different nations, and you'll get given one at random. So it might be something as ubiquitous as like Microsoft, or I should say Xbox. Or it might be something like Annapurna or Devolver or Tiny Build, and then some of the more like iconic standalone studios like Supergiant and stuff like that. And the goal is, if the games industry was G Gundam, if each games industry nation had to put forward one mech, what would that mech look like? You can paint it or pick a kit that you feel. You can kit bash and convert to your heart's content. Like, the idea is going to be, it's just a fun challenge with a silly kind of, with silly tournament rules around it. Yeah, Fearless, like, I'm very much looking forward to bringing your good self in on this one. Pop the body round the corner. The DARPA chief. Fearless says the 3D printer's gonna love it. Hell yeah. Hells yes.
There, right in front of me, was the sick bay. Walking through that door changed everything forever.
That's where they keep the illest.
It's him. It's the prisoner that hit us.
It turned out that all the guards I knocked out were brought to the sick bay.
That makes sense.
And some were still there.
Freeze! Don't move or I'll shoot!
Okay, I surrender. The woman that was aiming at me was the doctor. She, of course, was very pissed off because of the copious amount of work I caused. What a face. What a body. What a beauty. This girl was smoking hot, and she had a gun aimed straight at my head. At that distance, I couldn't do anything to neutralize her. I had to improvise. I needed something that would cause a non-lethal wound, like a sharp piece of metal. But I had to grab it without making a single step.
Alright, so what have I got? I've got rusty wire, empty bottle, coin, shiny and tempting. Alright, how are we going to work this out before we get ourselves exploded? We do still have toilet paper. One ply unpatlined, newly scented because it's used. Ugh. What about gasoline and raw meat? Okay, hero. If I don't see you, have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. But if you're coming back, then brilliant. Coin plus slingshot. Sadly, we can't combine those.
I couldn't use the radio at that time.
Ah, darn. Flamethrower's right out.
It wasn't wise to use weapons there.
Oh, yeah. Okay, coin's not working.
If I moved, the doctor would have shot me. I had to use anything I had on me that was sharp without moving a muscle.
Oh, well, I just wasted a feckin' coin.
Have you ever had a gun pointed at you? Your adrenaline skyrockets. You react on instinct. Everything happened so fast that the doctor had no time to react. In one swift movement, I took the wire, looked deep within the doctor's eyes, and...
Oh, thigh, chest, or belly? It's got to be thigh. You eyeball them, take out the wire and just jab it into your own leg, and then let out like an Ace Ventura style. Ah! 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 Yeah.
I stuck it in my thigh.
What the hell did you just do?
I just hurt myself.
Are you nuts or what?
It's in the bone.
What do you mean? You just made it easier for me.
According to the degree on your wall, you're a doctor. The Hippocratic oath you took as a doctor forces you to aid your patients and also forces you to cause patients no harm. I've been injured in a sick bay. Your sick bay. Therefore, I'm now your patient.
Gotta remember that one.
To assist you. You bastard!
Yeah, been called that plenty of times. By the way, I'm bleeding.
5D chess.
I'll heal you, then you get the hell out of here.
That. Kestrel, you're right. That's a hell of a bunch of logic.
It's no longer bleeding.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome. By the way,
hey, what was that for?
that's for all the extra hours. I'm working because of you. It's just as well that you didn't kill anyone.
Kill someone? Me? Do I look like an assassin? After arguing for a while, the doctor and I reached an understanding.
Did we kill anyone? I feel like we killed someone.
And she would help me escape.
You'll find my access card in my jacket. There are first aid kits in the closet. Take some. If you shoot someone, use them so they don't bleed to death.
Doctor.
What? Oh, it's the voice pack.
You have a broken jaw. Try to get some sleep.
Fucking where?
My rack! You couldn't just take the card from the pocket.
It's kill or be killed.
Okay, I'm told this is the room to mess around with voices, so it does mean we've got to go back and get the Rami in. But I would like to hear some other suggestions.
What? Me? Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Rami, you're up.
Hurts, doctor. It hurts. Hurts,
My
doctor.
sight's still fuzzy, doctor.
That's expected. You got hit pretty hard. But it looks like your eyes will recover.
Hurts, doctor. It hurts. Hurts, doctor. It hurts. Hurts, doctor. Hurts, doctor.
Introducing the multi-Rami solution.
So much. Need
Okay, sorry, to those of you who've just joined us. So
I've
we've got
already given you too much. I can't give you any more. Sorry.
So we have the option to enter into a whole bunch of excessive profanity. Now that's one I can go for. Deus is like, is this man trying to rent us a car? Sounds like Hertz. I will inform Rami that it does sound like car rentals. Excessive profanity.
Excessive motherfucking profanity.
Prepare.
You, sir or madam, have the right to remain profane.
Well, this is going to get weird.
How's the head?
Hurts, doctor.
Still hurts. Everything is blurry. That bastard hits hard.
Rest some more. I'll check back soon.
Back! 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 Fucking nuts!
Don't speak, Mike.
Damn it, Mike.
Broken jaw. Try to get some sleep.
Oh, fucking yo.
Back! Back!
Fucking joyous. I'm gonna tool up first. Jackson, you put some really crazy stuff. What are you recommending? There's someone who will do a 1-minute monologue for 5-word lines. Don't thank me, thank the gun.
Now I could kill those guards. That is, if I were an assassin and didn't promise the doctor I wouldn't murder anyone. So if I shot someone, I had to use a first aid kit to heal them before they bled to death.
So, you really didn't kill anyone?
Of course not. I'm not an assassin. The gun I found was empty, but it had a 10-bullet magazine. So, I loaded it up with any bullets I found.
Just any old bullets. Don't thank me, thank the gun. Ghost's drone. It misunderstands stealth, needs a ring to start combat mode. Interesting. Kind of wish I hadn't wasted all those rings now. But in my defense, it was very funny. Oh, way cool! Because I own the game Ghost 1, I get an extra item. Lovely. Oh, it's right advantageous. Wait, is it the same with the thing that looks like Bill from... Excuse me. Is it the same thing with the object that looks like Bill from Gravity Falls? Is that because I've got UnEpic kicking around? Actually, do I have? I'm pretty sure I have UnEpic. Okay. Founder's item should be disabled, but I should have it too. Okay. But yeah, so I know, again, so this game is UnMetal, and it is a fascinating, incredibly fun comedy game I wholeheartedly recommend. The thing we're having a play around with is one of the post features. Excuse me. I assume one of the post-launch features, one of the additionals, is a voice pack of additional lines added to it from games industry people, content creators, all sorts of lovely mother hubbards. And you can enter their names as codes on certain levels to swap out certain lines. And it's feckin' cool. Okay, so Jackson, the creator pack was released on day 1. Okay. Sorry, time frames are all squiggly. I'm not going to use the gun. You can't make me. I'm going to use a real weapon. Depleted uranium balls loaded into a slingshot. Oh, way cool. Jack says that the Creators Pack was a large passion project of theirs. They're an advocate of friends and peers being able to contribute to our games. Heck yeah. And it helps, you know, it helps bring more people into that space. I mean, like I said, my only frustration with my current situation when it comes to like streaming and contents and things like that is that I can't do more, you know? Haha! Pacha! Admittedly, the thing I'm loving most at the moment, though, is still the fact that we were able to overfeed the dog.
Hey, a coin.
Oh, okay, so Jack, sorry, this is another thing that a few Longshipian friends have had to hear about a few times. So, basically, even with, you know, the connections I have and being able to do this full time, like... Oh, hold that thought.
This is Jesse Fox. Over.
This is the doctor. Over.
What? Doctor? But how?
How is the escape going?
Just fine. Trying to find a way out of this building.
Well, my access card won't work. It's only clearance level 2. Leaving the building requires level 3 clearance.
Where would I find that?
The officers would have them. Their offices are on the 3rd floor.
Wow. Thanks for the help. I didn't know you cared about me.
What I care about is that you leave ASAP so I stop getting so many patients.
By the way, what's your name?
My name is Doctor. Over and out.
Doctor! Yeah, so Jack, there's a limited amount that I can do to support titles. Before lockdown started happening, I was doing a bit of like free to low cost, like, I wouldn't say consulting, but like just helping games that weren't helping teams that didn't really know what it was going to take to get their game to launch. I was helping them with stuff like that, using what skills I had available to me to help with, you know, promotion, and sometimes just like planning out the strats between like where they were and what they needed to do to go to market, stuff like that. But like since lockdown has happened, I've actually had less time, and I don't have a monstrous viewership, so I'm not able to be one of those like, you know, gives a copy and I'll give you guaranteed success, you know? As a big proponent of weird and strange indie games, like, it would be lovely to have that, you know? I don't find myself sitting around and pining, but you know what I mean, that some content creators reach a size where just their involvement in a project can be a springboard. But I haven't been able to create anything around like longer form content or things outside of Streamwise. So he says just beating a bunch of lockers. So yeah, no, it's just, I wouldn't even call it a frustration. It's a goal of mine. Not to have thousands of people watching, but to find more ways to support friends' games. I was hoping to start a series this year, which is literally just going to be my friends' games. So that I could just talk passionately about friendos and the great stuff that they make. But that's on hold until this place is able to support some after hours recording. Again, realize saying it like that makes it sound weird. Aha! More files. Sorry, and I don't mean that to sound like a whinge. Like, again, as I've told these lovely mother hubbards,
The second file of Operation Jericho was a compendium of coded numbers. It also had a map, so those numbers could be the coordinates of attack routes, or potentially the attack targets themselves. The first file was about an attack plan. Its code name was Operation Jericho. I couldn't find many details.
Up next on the long ship, Heron After Dark.
If anyone could understand a chart about casualties, its lines went all the way to the top.
On today's episode, Perun says, fuck. Oh, okay, Hero, what is your exciting hobby purchase? Because let me tell you, the one that I regret not doing was, God, before lockdown really kicked up a gear, was I saw the Sahar Philanthropist kit from Metal Gear Solid 5 for like under $100, and I was like, you know, $80 is a lot of money to spend on a kit. You know what, I'm going to leave it. It's now like $300 and $400. But I had no idea that the Gundam stuff was going to spike like it did. I should have known, but I didn't. Because it was Jaralan that gifted me my first proper kit. So that's kind of how it spiraled. But yeah. You have all 3 for commissions. Nice! Fucking yo! Let's call the Colonel, see what he thinks about this.
Do you copy? Copy. I found more documents. They look like a list of coordinates.
Coordinates of what?
This document is encoded as well. I don't know what the coordinates are for.
Huh. They could be strike targets. Those bastards could be planning to attack us.
Oh. Hey! Hello, hello! What ho and welcome. This evening you will find us playing UnMetal. so, Dub Talk Podcast. What ho and welcome. Hello, hello. Red Star Tiger, a good evening to you. Come join us. I guess I was having a little bit of a whinge. But sincerely though, my hope is once this all starts getting sorted and life starts solidifying a bit more, it's just being able to do more stuff to help support friends and the games that they're making. So that's my goal. Now back onto Hero. Okay, so Swift is doing Rex, Ray, and Sol. So Metal Gear Rex, Metal Gear Ray, and Saha Philanthropist. But Hero's getting to do the build and paint on them. Feckin' yo! The recent exciting purchase is the Knights of Sidonia Type 17. I saw it. It looks so pretty. But it also looks very expensive. So I'm super glad. Let's see what our friendo thinks.
Do you copy?
I hear you.
I think I just fell in love.
Wow, seriously? Give me the deets.
I just met a woman. Fuck, what a woman.
Wait, did you fall in love with her? Or just her body?
Both.
Gasp.
She hot?
If you only knew, Robert. I swear, she's everything I've been searching for.
I thought you were searching for a way out.
I need to move. I'll tell you more later. Over and out. Jesse here. Over.
No one's picking up. No, that Knights of Sidonia kit looks so cool. So cool. Alright, so where are we going to find that? But yeah, so to Dub Talk Podcast. Hello, good evening. We are playing UnMetal. How was your stream? How was your day? Tell me your tales. Lost Flower says they wouldn't get the Master Grade Gundam Virtue, but still working on Dynamas. Yeah, I keep looking at. Is it Dynamas? Dynamas, or how do you pronounce it? The sniper, right? Jack, I can absolutely go back to the elevator. Because New Type have the Sniper Gundam Dynamas. Dynamas? Whatever. It's the Gundam 00 green sniper. It's a very pretty design. And it's been out of stock for ages because it's one of the ones where you have like you basically have an underskeleton and then attach the armor to that rather than building it kind of in whole pieces, if that makes a weird sense. And I really, really like that design, but I can't spaff 50. I can't spaff $50 on a model kit right now when what? Oh. When I have all of these, most of which waiting to be constructed. Alright, so we can't go up. Oh, we can go up. Wait, can we go down? Can we go further down? Ah. Oh, way cool. So Dub Talk was saying that they were playing Necro Barista. Possibly one of the feckin' freshest visual novel games we've had in so long. I was kind of surprised Necro Barista didn't end up everywhere. I mean, I understand it in a weird way, but... Oh. Sorry about that telephone call. You know how it is.
Colonel?
Fox, do you have what you need to leave?
Not yet, Colonel, but a contact told me where to find an access card.
A contact?
Yes, a doctor.
A doctor? Give me a description.
She is smoking hot.
Oh, for God's sake, control your hormones, son. We're in the middle of a very serious operation.
Very serious.
Listen, Colonel, make no mistake. I'm not in any operation of yours, nor am I any of your soldiers. I'm only trying to escape from this damn place.
Damn it, Jess, don't you realize this isn't an escape, son? You must realize Operation Jericho could end up with countless casualties. And it's your moral duty as a citizen to prevent it.
Prevent it? Me? Is that a joke?
Yes, you! Search every damn office in that building for any information you can prevent that damned plan. Over and out.
I'm totally not being controlled by an AI robot. Yeah, I didn't forget. Hey! Fucking hell, raid after raid! I guess we'll hang out in this little setup. Oh, excuse me. We'll hang out in this little retail room while everyone comes on in to Shield Maiden Sanctuary. What ho and welcome once more! How goes it with your good self? How was your stream? What were you up to? Hello, hello! Caffeine and Kestrel are ready. Defender sent love and reinforcements. Good! You're needed at the shield wall. So, friendos, we're playing UnMetal today. This game is, you probably know this before me, but it's incredibly funny and so well put together. And we've been lucky enough to have Jackalifer hanging out in chat and just telling us about the development, answering questions, and just pointing to some stuff. And was also adding that Jack was saying they have a small story. With UnEpic's multiplayer, they had a situation with cheaters, and we eventually made it so that multiplayer mats didn't save with a cheater and enabled one-way friendly fire against them and gave everyone an announcement, but not the cheaters. That's feckin' cool. Jack saying they got a lot of fun responses and reception on that one. People kept coming to forums and complaining about how people could beat them up, not realising it was a beacon of them cheating. Yes! And tell me about the DRM on UnMetal later. Yes! I always used to love those. Most of the teams I've worked with, the DRM wasn't anything really spicy, which is, you know, it is what it is. It wasn't anything like the gigantic pink spider, but on some of the projects I've worked on, certain crashes would only happen in pirated versions of the game, and the crash logs would always tell us. So sometimes you get these people who would be livid in the forums, like, oh, I can't believe your game, it's shit and bad and you should feel bad, you are bad developers, you are dumb and your hair is stupid. I'd be like, I'm so sorry, Internet Dittison, you are having these problems. Please, share with me your crash log. And I look through it. And what they don't know is there are certain lines that go, have stolen your game. And I'm like, well, let's have a conversation, you rancid shitbin. And Hero, it's no worry. Dea says their favourite is Thor's trolling of, if you see this message, please contact Pirate Software on Twitter. I mean, I told you about the key scalpers, right, friends? I told you about that one? Because that's probably my favourite one. If you've already heard this story, I'll skip over it. Because the one downside. I don't have a lot of news stories of late, so I do tend to be regurgitating a lot of the same tales. Oh, Hero hasn't heard this one. I get to tell it again. So, in modern games media, you get a lot of people that message you and go, "Hello, it is me, famous streamer," and they've like spoofed like, I don't know, Carnage's email or something, or come up with one that's eerily close but not the same. "Yes, hello, it is me, Mr. Carnage. I would like 5 copies of your game, and 5 to give to my friends. 10 copies in general." And it's like, I know you're full of shite, and I want to tell you to feck off, but I'm bored. So whilst I was at a previous company, having had the chance to meet the gentleman that made the comedy game Shower with Your Dad Simulator, Do You Still Shower with Your Dad? I was given a stack of keys, just like little like paper printout ones. And so what I did was each person that went, "Hello, yes, it is me, legitimate Steam curator. I must have many copies of game. Otherwise, say bad about game. But if give game, say good about game." Well, yes, of course. Allow me to give you a bunch of Steam keys. Now, the thing is, these aren't anybody. These are individuals trying to acquire Steam keys for nothing and then sell them for money. So, people trying to bullshit steal and sell on copies of our game didn't know they were being passed off Shower with Your Dad Simulator in great numbers. Thing was, only one time did I get a response, and I felt so guilty. This person writes me back and is like, "Hey, so I probably should have given you some more details. I'm so-and-so, and I'm with this VR magazine. We do reviews of VR games. We're new, but we've got a steady viewership. You appear to have sent me Shower with Your Dad Simulator. And while I'm not sure if this is a ruse or a dev build, I do not want to play that game in virtual reality. And I'm so sorry. We have a lot of problem with people trying to steal keys. This is a litmus test. You have passed. Allow me to give you a bunch of keys." It's fucking great. Dub saying, "What is life but finding new people to tell your same stories to?" Dub, I would say this. It is finding new people to craft new stories with. Jack saying one of their favourite memories on Twitch was so Jack was a podcast host for years, and after the shows, we'd have some incredible aftercasts. One time, a person joins and someone asks, "Hey, blank, have you played on Epic?" And they suddenly exclaim, "Oh my god, that's one of the best games I ever pirated. I beat it 2 to 3 times." And I said, "Oh, that's awesome. Really nice streamer friend that you enjoyed my game." At which point they went ghost white and said, "Oh, one moment, I'm buying a 5-pack. They got an email from their co-host of the podcast asking them for 5 copies and 5 for a giveaway. No, I mean, obviously I'm vehemently anti-games piracy because we are in a time where there are so many sales, and gaining access to video games is, if it's not affordable today, it may be affordable tomorrow. But, I have to put my hand up and say that as a young broke-ass Mother Hubbard, I did go pretty heavily into ROMs and emulation in my youth, and that allowed me to have basically the equivalent of a classical education on video games. And since then, I have spent a lot of money and time buying those games. Now, with the current spike in secondhand titles in their prices, it's very hard to balance it all. Clang says, "What I want to know is why Shower with Your Dad Simulator exists." Yes. The question you shouldn't be asking yourself, Clank, is why does that game exist? What you should be asking yourself is why does What's Under Your Blanket exist? Video games. Hero says they're only now just drawing the lines between unepic and unmetal. Hero, if it makes you feel any better, it was only... God. It was not long ago that I also made the same. Alright? Sorry, Deus says, remember, hoisting the flag for video games can be taking money away from people who worked hard to make it. People that we know personally. Adobe products, on the other hand. Now, obviously, I would never condone pirating Adobe products. That would be against terms of service and would be morally reprehensible. I would never say something like, please pirate Adobe products. Because again, like that would be terrible of me. You know, Vikings and pirates, there are some similar things, you know. Pirates say yo ho, Vikings go ah, and then steal it from the Brits. But neither group would say something like, you should totally pirate from Adobe because of the shenanigans and bullshit that they pull. We'd never say such a thing. Oh, Hero was saying that in their junior years as a streamer they played Unepic, possibly even as Hero 111. Jack saying they don't know. They have a friend with 300 copies of Bad Rats. They reject a copy every Christmas. Look, Jack, at some point, every Steam account will have a copy of Bad Rats. That's just the rule. Like, it's not a thing you can win. You're just stalling. Oh, lordy, lordy. Ow! Fucking drones, man! Well, that's bullshit and chips. Let me guess. I won't be able to get out from here, but it's worth a try.
Thermal sensor.
Oh my god!
Those thermal sensors had a detection angle of 90 degrees. And it would sense the heat of my body, like the Predator. They obviously wouldn't detect through the tall brown boxes in the facility. So I could hide from them like how I've been sneaking around the guards. But the containers weren't everywhere. Any wide open areas were a problem. That's when I thought to call the Colonel, where I'd learn a way to trick the sensors.
Sorry, jumping back in. So Red Scar says, speaking of the used game market, they're dangerously close to starting retro game collecting themselves. Red Scar, I say this with love and respect. You could not have picked a worse time. Now, it's obvious to say now, but lockdown and people being stuck at home has caused the retro games market prices to skyrocket. Both hardware and software is now massively more expensive than it was. And when Eric was staying with us over Christmas, he was like, you know what? I'm going to pick up a PSP. It was going to pick up a Vita. The reason being is that Vitas are incredibly easy to jailbreak, and thus you can kind of turn them into your own little mobily computers. Fucking cool. We went to a few retro stores around the greater Seattle area, and oh boy, just some of the prices of things that only like a year earlier would have been sensible, like we're now in the triple and sometimes like quadruple digits. And it's like, holy crud. Now, it's one of those things that after the fact, intellectually, we all understand that. You know, we've been stuck indoors. You know, a healthy injection of nostalgia is something that, if ever there was a time to indulge, now is the time to do that. But, like, it's driven up the prices something fierce. And this is the point where retro collecting... We've got to have a really complicated discussion as an industry about retro games. Oh, yes, and Soydlin, it is real dumb. Because the reason that I say do not pirate video games is because I want the people that make them to succeed, right? I want, people like Varbles to be able to, Varials to be able to work on their game full time. I want Thor and Shay and the whole of the Go Pirate team to be able to continue selling their game and allowing them to make whatever they want, whatever comes next, allow it to be a viable living. I stand by all of my indie dev friendos. The thing that gets me, though, is that for a lot of these titles, you cannot support the people who created it. And in some cases, you can't even support the studios that put it out there. Like, maybe a little bit of the publishers, but at this point, it would be very, very difficult for them to provide for us a copy that we can purchase right now. I mean, Night Dive Studios are doing their best, but untangling this web of IP holding and nonsense just to get some obscure PC game re-released, the amount of work to revenue it's not even funny. And so it puts us in a position where we as individuals cannot give money to the creators. We cannot support the game. So who are we supporting if we make a purchase? Yeah, so, I mean, Fearless, there's a bunch of those where it is not possible for you to play the game, for you to acquire the game in any way that helps the publisher or even the studio. So we've got to start having a think and a talk about that. Because, I mean, abandonware has been a discussion in the game space for a long time. If you're not familiar with the term, abandonware, it's not an official term by any means, but it means a video game where the licensee holders have either disintegrated or defaulted. There is no one left to sell you a video game, so it is essentially abandoned. There's also no one to enforce the copyright of this title. For a long time, let's say, System Shock 2 is a very good one. Despite being incredibly influential in our industry, Looking Glass Studios went under. And when they went bankrupt, their assets, including their IPs, defaulted to some... they were like a loans company? I think it was an insurance company ended up getting it. And the insurance company were not enforcing and were not making it available for sale. So even though the IP was held by someone, there was no way for you as a user to buy this. But the thing is, we're talking about System Shock 2 here. One of the foundations of modern storytelling in video games, be it horror or otherwise. Now, Night Dive Studios, who, if you haven't seen their work, they're doing they're doing the remake of System Shock, and they are outsourcing System Shock 2. But what they're known for is finding old lost IPs and doing digital distribution re-releases. So the thing that I think about is how a huge cornerstone of our industry would not have been available. I mean, what could you do? Talk about it colloquially? Another one that is discussed a lot is a game called Eternal Darkness, which is one of the progenitors of modern horror. But oh boy, if you want to get a copy of that, you better be prepared to be, let me check, stupidly rich. But I mean, that's the game that introduced people to the fake out delete, the spider across the scene. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I wouldn't say rip Silicon Knights. Silicon Knights killed Silicon Knights, but that's another story. But the point more being is that Silicon Knights is dead. Their last gasp effort was to try and sue Epic after they fecked for work contract stuff. Oh, sorry. Fred saying, horror? System Shock 2? Lies! It's a light-hearted romp where an adventurer, you, is tasked by a reclusive benefactor to help humanity. Remember Citadel? It was a knees-up Mother Brown of a time. Edwin says they really appreciate the One Must Fall devs making the games freeware in recent years. Yeah. But here's where it's super complicated. There is value in old games. Nintendo know this. The reason why Nintendo guard their IP and their retro titles so closely is because we still genuinely care about old Zelda, and we will spend between $20 and $40 to replay old Zelda. There is the nostalgia price point, which is like, oh man, I can't believe they're charging so much for an old game. But without the options of like abandonware sites or ROM sites, the only way to acquire those games would be physically, with those prices spiking up into the feck you levels. So that leaves us in a very strange place. A very strange place indeed. Now, yeah, this is the complicated thing, is that old games do have value. It's just a lot of teams didn't realize it until after it was too late. Sega already drastically devalued a lot of their games, and it will be a long while before they're able to charge $20 for Sonic 3. And this was because they kept releasing these like gas station collections. Oh, 20 Sonic games, 20 Sega classics for $12. You used to be able to buy those classics packs on Steam. And the thing is, they had to discontinue them because they were drastically underselling. Sorry, I'm making like 4 different points, and I'm going to bring them back around. So, I have been reviewing my opinions of retro titles because on the one hand, if a company is able to provide us those titles again, I think we should support them. I would not support you downloading System Shock 2 from those abandonware sites because Night Dive now has it. It's not abandoned. However, you can't download and play Eternal Darkness. And if you wish to acquire and play that game, you are talking hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. And I do not think that the seminal works of our industry should be locked behind such exclusivity, because it's only going to skyrocket. Once collectibles reach a certain price point, rich people get involved. And I don't mean like people that can afford a house. I mean like the money no question crowd, and that's when things start spiking up into the stratosphere. So at that point, like, what are we supposed to do? Like, just entrust the ultra-rich with our video game heritage? Let me see. What have the ultra-rich done for us recently? Still thinking. Still thinking. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, MechWarrior 3 and No One Lives Forever say hi. Although, MechWarrior 3 and 2 Mercenaries are now in Microsoft's court because they were Activision published. And now Activision belongs to Microsoft. Dun, 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 dun. Supposedly, somewhere in the vaults of Microsoft, there is actually an add-on pack for MechWarrior 4 that never got released. Hang on, let's let the Colonel have a talk, and then I'll catch up with your thoughts and feels on this topic, because it's a stodgy one to talk about.
Colonel, do you read me?
Loud and clear, Fox.
I'm on the 3rd floor. This is where the offices should be.
Search for more files. We need more intel about the attack.
That's not going to be easy.
In the middle of the night, those offices should be empty.
Haven't seen anyone yet, but there's a thermal sensor. I can't proceed without setting it off. Do you have any ideas?
In the Army, we use insulating suits to conceal our body temperatures.
Hooray. How am I going to make an insulating suit? Well, let's go have a little run around. Oh, Earl's saying that MechWarrior 3 was actually Zipper Hasbro. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, Jack says, before you leave, do you want content? Feck yeah, I want content. Are we just going to go dancing with sensors? Go back to the thermal, right? Are we throwing a Molotov? Yes! Here we go. Oh, that's feckin' cool. That's feckin' cool. Oh, sorry. Here's me being a terrible host. So, Jack was saying if I equip the cigarette and go near the thermal sensors, as a Metal Gear fan, something should happen. In Metal Gear Solid 1, and this was one of those things that blew people's minds, was there were multiple ways to solve some of the puzzles. One of them is a room full of thermal sensors you have to get through. And you cannot see them with the naked eye. You have to go get IR goggles. Or you can use the pack of cigarettes that Snake smuggled in by smoking them and crawling through. But the thing is, the cigarettes degrade his health, which the speed at which is slightly worrying, but that's another story. And what it's allowed here is that, and I don't know if this shows up on stream, but you can just about see where the thermal sensors are because of that. Yeah, thermal sensors can't see you if you're on fire. Not a lot of people know that. They can't see you if you're meat. But yeah, so Earl, actually, I didn't know that, but that makes sense because Hasbro were doing the whole, like, MechWarrior Dark Ages on their big Hero Clicks push and stuff like that. It is, however, entirely okay to shoot a drone. Challenge unlocked. Rage against the machine. Also, I'm bleeding. I'm Barry Scott, and I'm bleeding through my... Not going to finish that. Oh, Jack says on medium high, that was the only way to see the thermal sensor range. Okay, that's feckin' fascinating. Anyway, like I said, I've been having some very complicated thoughts around reproductions, around ROMs, around emulation, because on the one hand, if game creators are able to sell their old games, that is a ton of revenue that they can unlock. And that might allow them to do more in the future, support more. Nintendo's built an entire empire over, like, supporting their core IPs. And that's feckin' brilliant. Like, no one else really got the value in that before them. On the other hand, I hate the idea that things that shape us artistically would only ever be available to the richest of the rich.
First sale doctrine is that after the first sale of a product, control of later resale of that item is lost. Proposing piracy variant, if first sale is not available, no harm is made through unpaid acquisition.
Like, I think that's a good way of putting it, but you can understand the complication in my feels, right? One of the things that I really want to do with your lovely selves is Panzer Dragoon Saga. A weird, nonsense, glorious fever dream of a video game. Originally crafted to be Sega's response to Final Fantasy VII. Stop! shooting at me. Hero's like, you can buy a pet rock, or you can get a rock, put googly eyes on it yourself. God, this is sweet. Back in drones, man. Yeah. Now, I understand we're only talking about a small proportion of... Well, this is bad. I know a boss when I see one.
Robert, still there?
Yep.
I was thinking about those big concrete blocks you saw. This place is full of concrete buildings. Maybe they're building something. Something new, something that requires a lot of concrete. And that's why there's so many guards.
Why are they transporting concrete instead of making it here?
Maybe someone sold them something in parts and they're just bringing them here.
Could be. But what?
If I find anything out, I'll let you know.
Thanks, man. Over and out.
I noticed a few abandoned crates that were thirsty for some punch. It seemed easy to reach. That is, until the containers started to drop.
Jesse Fox versus Megatron. Oh, that's dead.
I noticed a few abandoned...
But I will agree that especially SNK, like, SNK's Batcat is very difficult to get a hold of. And not all of it is well supported. Like, I'm a huge fan. Credit sticks. I'm a huge fan of a lot of the classic SNK fighting games. And... Piss! Meaning that, like...
a few abandoned crates.
If you want to play, God, I'm trying to think of a few good examples. Like Guru Mark of the Wolves and stuff like that were always favourites of mine. The Last Blade series, for example, and a few of the... Ha-ha! Take that, you great big drone!
Boss defeated.
Level up! Lieutenant! Okay, choices are Tiger Lunge. You may press B to instinctively close the distance and punch some enemies. Or cool down between punch! Dodging is time we should be spending.
This is Jesse Fox. Over.
Doctor here. Hey, Jesse, I need a small favor.
Favor? Of course.
The guards you injured on the first floor just keep coming in. Can you find a less vicious way to handle them? Not that I care, per se, but I'm getting a little overwhelmed here.
Oh, it's just a few concussions, it's fine.
Sorry, Doc. You can count on me.
You're drooling.
What? Oh, sorry. Her voice was so damn sexy.
Is my voice not feminine enough for you?
Well, it's girly, of course, but...
Oh, shut up. Continue your story.
Oh, way cool! Sorry, Shield Maiden was saying that that's their friend voice acting. Nice! That's way cool. Like, we've only really just kind of met the Doctor, so... But no, they're doing a bang-up job, sorry. Yeah, Tiger Punch. Anti-thermal suit. And down we go. Sodium. Water. More sodium.
I climbed down into a pokey little room that seemed to be stocked with a lot of chemicals.
I'm sure this is fine.
I could brew up some chloroform to put the guards to sleep and score points with the doctor.
Hold on. You have expertise in chemistry?
Chemistry's not that hard. You just have to mix the ingredients correctly.
Oh, God. Why was this guy allowed out? Okay, so Jack was giving us some more information on that prior boss. Fran designed it for hard, after figuring out that it takes 4 to 6 bullets per cycle, and the landing is 8x12 sections, so he balanced the HP to require about 70 HP, 16 times 5 minus 10. So the default experience on that boss is a puzzle about finding out how to manipulate the boxes falling to maximize space. Yes! On average, first hard boss wins involves you killing him in the last 2 to 3 slots available, so it gets very claustrophobic. Fascinating! That's fascinating.
Before leaving, I mixed the elements to create chloroform. Jesse here. Over.
Doctor's not talking to us. I just like Kryptons were like, yeah, I know chemistry. You mix chloro and form together. Duh. Yeah, so Jack, that is kind of fascinating. Sorry, I should have highlighted that better. But what Jack was saying in that previous thing about the amount of health the boss has and the amount of damage that you can do max per cycle, what it does is it turns it into a space management puzzle rather than an action fight. Whereas when you reduce the amount of health that the final boss has, it becomes more of an action battle. Like, I only had to do the minimal amount of, like, arranging of the boxes, and honestly, I would have gotten it first time if I'd collected more munitions. So, it's one of those kind of like those go-figure sorts. Because, I mean, for those of you that may not have played them, that was one of the other, I guess, hooks of Metal Gear Solid as a franchise. Was most of the bosses...
Before leaving,
oh, yeah. Drugs. Most of the bosses in the Metal Gear Solid franchise, from Metal Gear Solid onwards, were more about finding the trick, the hook, how to beat the puzzle, rather than brute forcing it. You know, like, I'm trying to think who the first proper boss was in Metal Gear Solid. I want to say Vulcan Raven. Vulcan Raven in a tank. And Vulcan Raven, I mean, you're on foot, he's in a tank. That's not fair. You can't just pick up the pistol and just start like blam 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 blam. Was Revolver Ocelot before? Well, okay, so Jack and Iron Imp, I wanted to highlight Vulcan Raven first, because I'm desperately trying to remember what the hook is with Revolver Ocelot. And I think you just have to not get shot. The reason why Vulcan Raven was one that I wanted to put forward is because using the tools in your arsenal, you have to work out the hook, the trick to beating him. You can kind of beat Ocelot just by idioting your way through it, not standing still, you know, moving around, getting some good shots in, not running through the middle. But with Vulcan Raven, you got to work out the patterns of the tank, lay the mines, get to cover. You can't just shoot your way through it because it's a tank. And then once you've stalled the tank, that's when you throw the grenades in. Like, it feels really good. you can't just win by pure damage output. It's not a boss fight in traditional. You've got to work out the hook. That's the thing I found fascinating. The reason why I didn't want to highlight Psycho Mantis for that one is that all the hooks with Psycho Mantis are meta-narrative or outside the experience. And you do get told, it's just, oh, I've got to mix my monies. Ah! Krypton, when you said, ah yes, chloro and form. Chloroform. Sodium and chloro. Why do I feel like I should be doing some stuff here? Oh yes, that was the hook with Revolver Ocelot, was you had to wait until... So Jack says, content warning, you can use the chloroform before combining anything else, and I will say warning for a reason. What do you... I mean, Jack, I'll take your advice as a numbing smell. Or if there's anything else chemical-wise we can mash together to get a little bit shenanigans. Shackle says they also called BS on Psycho Mantis fight. They knew the secret and did the trick before it was revealed. It didn't work. Kisa's asking if they can sip the danger use. Ultrazini says if you sodium and water, you go boom. What? No.
I wonder what this smells like.
What this smells like? Hold on, are you telling me that you sniffed the chloroform? That you yourself made for the purpose of knocking people out?
Yes.
Why didn't you douse a handkerchief and cover the victim's face, like how everyone does?
My mind was cloudy at the time, maybe due to the fumes from mixing those chemicals. As for pouring the chloroform on a handkerchief, I figured it out later. It smells weird. Very, very weird.
Nap time!
Doctor? What's the meaning of this?
Isn't it obvious? You're my prisoner.
What? Untie me.
Avert thine eyes, children! Avert thine eyes!
Still want me to untie you?
Don't untie me.
As you wish.
Oh, doctor. Oh, doctor.
Hey, Mike. This guy's talking in his sleep. He's asking for a doctor. Must be a nightmare about a previous injury. Soldiers with PTSD get him all the time. Must have been through some shit. Poor bastard. I don't know, Mike. Look down. What the fuck? He's harder than whiskey. Well, whatever. We're close to the cells. Let's get him locked up. Fuck, Mike. He's waking up.
You know what? We never have to talk about this again. I'm gonna go save. I'm gonna go save. This game, it's a whole thing. Oh, interesting. Just as a small aside, just so we never have to. Hero was saying that their PS1 didn't work unless it was held upside down. When they had to switch the controller ports, Mantis was confused for an hour because left was right and right was left. Ah. Where's the save point? There, no. I will admit, didn't see it coming. Oh my god! All right, that's too far to go for a save. We'll combine the We'll combine the water and sodium together later. Feckin' yo. What the heck were we talking about before the chloroform moment? Oh, talking about classic games. Ah, okay. Jack, like, that's... I guess... Okay, so what Jack's saying, so that previous scene... Hey! Cryosticks! What, ho, friend? Coming in, coming in. So what Jack was saying, so the challenge of that scene was that the dialogue was slightly different before. Well, thematically, it was in character, but it could have been implied that Jesse wasn't giving consent. A lot of effort and examples were bounced back and forth until the "don't untie me" was the solution, as it implied everything was a good and avoided some sensitive content that wasn't intended. Okay, now that makes a whole bunch of sense. Yeah. Oh, we don't have a... search the offices on the 3rd floor. Oh, yeah, but we've got the thermal suit, so it's all good. Oh, yes, but we need to combine chloroform with handkerchief. Fred also making a good point that with the graphics essentially being upgraded NES era graphics does make it very funny. Piss! So it helps if you put the suit on before you careen out and get yourself in trouble. But yeah, so Cryosticks, before you joined us, I was kind of having, I don't even know if you would call it a rant or a conversation, but I was talking about...
I knew better than to punch while wearing the suit. It was delicate and could tear. Bad news, no punches while wearing the suit. Good news, scoring more points with the doctor.
Do you know what that means? Okay, gun no breaky box. Battery, you say? What a lovely evening. But yeah, so Cryosticks was saying they love ranty-ish conversations. Well, it was kind of... like, I don't have a here is what we should do ending to this. And it's one of those where everybody's got to take their own path when it comes to deciding what to do with like games preservation. Obviously, I'm a huge proponent of preservation, and I do not believe in putting seminal works of art behind massive paywalls, but I also believe in supporting the people who create them. So it makes it very, very complicated to convey as an idea. You know, it's been discussed that like the game that I keep talking about, Panzer Dragoon Saga, you can't buy that legally. You also, it's also been noted that the source code for Panzer Dragoon Saga has been lost. So there isn't even a way for them easily to do a re-release without essentially creating their own emulated wrapper. It's a complicated one. And if I was able to do a stream of it, like, even if I was able to acquire all of the pieces to make it work, it would be much easier for me to emulate it than to have it running on physical hardware and then have that running through capture stuff. So, kind of like how we did with Turtles versus the World. We had the hardware, we had the cartridge, but it was better for us to run it emulated. Flash the cartridge, go from there. So, it's complicated. Oh, sorry, I just want to jump back to what Jack was saying about the previous scene with the chloroform, lol. That on the subject of sensitivity, we had some challenges of the overall script writing. It turns out different cultures approach different subjects in a much more open way, especially in Europe versus America. Oh yeah, anything involving sex or sexuality in North America. Oh boy, welcome to Bad Times Town. A lot of scenes required a sensitivity pass for cultures. Odd note, Chapter 2's Where Did the Piranhas Come From had the most revisions and rework at 1.5 hours and 8 revisions. Yup. Let's see what this
third file of Operation Jericho was quite revealing. It had a map of the Kantor province with exact coordinates, an ambush plan, and a picture of the colonel with his name under it. Apparently their plan was to kidnap the colonel without leaving a trace. The second file of Operation Jericho was a compendium.
Yes, we know those. Interesting.
Fox here. Over.
What is it, Fox?
Colonel, I discovered a third document.
Good job, son. What's on it?
You!
Let me take a look at it. Interesting. What was your name?
Colonel Alan Harris. Why do you ask?
Because your name is written here.
Don't pull my leg, son.
I'm serious, Colonel. It's right here.
Damn. This means that they need me for their plan.
That's bad! Oh, just jumping back in, Hookshot was saying it's sad when the source code gets lost. Yep. It's something we've come to understand much, much better, but like... Yo, back in the day, there wasn't the same understanding that, you know, video games will be things people would want for so long. Again, if you look at how especially Sega did their digital distribution stuff, like, they never expected their stuff to have value. Ah, piss balls. Stop shooting me in the booty! Not cool! Damn it! Hookshot wants a Skies of Arcadia re-release, right? Yeah, apparently, okay. Shooting me in the face instead. Fred, you're no longer allowed to give them suggestions. They're listening to you. They're adapting. The lolly-lule-lo. But yeah, no, that was on me. I tried to get greedy. That was on me. Shouldn't have done that. I don't know what these batteries are for, but I'm hoarding them. Hero saying, do you want they would like a port of? What would you like a port of? Tell me your tales. Oh, feckin' hell, yes! Alright. Here we are. Alright, so it shows all the places that we can acquire documents.
Colonel, do you copy?
Copy.
I'm on the 3rd floor. This is where the offices should be.
Search for more files. We need more intel about the attack.
That's not going to be easy.
In the middle of the night, those offices should be
Yeah, okay, Colonel. Sorry.
I haven't seen anyone yet, but there's a...
Colonel! Hero was saying that Jet Set Radio Future needs a new port, and I do agree with you. That's one that I'm curious as to where it sits, because Jet Set Radio Future was an OG Xbox exclusive. So it makes me wonder, like, where the licensing sits with that. Plus, there's a lot of music licensing that went into it. Like,
in the next corridor, I ran into
DTC Gurdasur Schupeter. Any recommendations? Oh, sorry. And jumping back in, the things that Jack was talking about with the whole, the mother of the sea piranhas. Mothers in Black Markets was the tame version of the tame version. That first version laughs maniacally. Yup. Shield Maidens starting. Shup. Shup it is.
250 sheep.
I just picked hard mode, apparently. I'm about to do something, and I need you to not judge me for what I'm about to do. In my defense, I'm hungry. Oh, sorry, yeah. I have made many mistakes! Piss. You'll also notice that the sheep were unfazed. Were unfazed by my personal explosives. Maybe they're meat-eating sheep.
I was so hungry that I almost bit into the raw steak. But I remembered that it's a crime to kill an animal for its meat.
Are you vegetarian?
No. Killing them is a crime. That's why I eat them when they're still alive.
Kestrel, like, pat on the back, treat yourself to whatever you fancy. You called it. You called it. Yet things are about to get woolly. It's alright, I can use the tiger lunge. Friends, we're never going to top this. I could work on video games for a very long time, and I will not be able to be, like... And then suddenly, 250 sheep. I mean, Kisa, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Ah! Okay, Jack. And I know I've said it multiple times, but I guess we'll need to sell it. Just sell it. Tell it multiple more. Buy the old gods and the new. This is peak video games. So I tell you what, friends. I've gotten to about the 5.5 hour mark. And I think I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. I'm not saying we're going to stop stream right away, but there's a couple of things I want to ask your good selves. Longshipians amongst you, do you want to see this continued on stream? I wholeheartedly recommend this game. I've had a fucking grand time. And I think this is something you all need in your life. Oh, to Luigi fan, a good evening. But do you all want to see this continue next week? I didn't think this was going to be the kind of game I was going to need, but here we are. Krypton, Final Phoenix says yes. Kestrel says yes. Hero says, while they might not be there for it, they highly suggest to continue. I think we got to do this. So it looks like this will not be the last day we spend on UnMetal. Jack, thank you so much for the time you've taken to hang out with us today. Like, I've barely gotten the chance to talk to you about like the challenges of like marketing and selling a comedy game like this, and how tricky it is to create something which humor is based on so many things, but visually is so evocative of very specific titles. There's so much more I want to chat with your good self about. So if you want to swing on by next week, we'll either be doing it on Tuesday or Thursday at the same time. And yeah, Jack, I might bug you for that if, depending on how far away we are from like clearing it, or maybe after the finale of having a chat with your good self, that would be feckin' lovely. Novez, your VO in this is fucking brilliant. Forgive my cursing, but it's so good. Doing something that's so ham and so over the top and nailing that, it's so much harder than I think a lot of people give it appreciation for, and you feckin' nail it, so thank you. Shackle's like, after 2 Vermintides and 250 sheep, can we really stop? I don't know. I mean, Rami killed us. I think that was the point where I should have known. I mean, that's a very good point, Jack. It's not like you're a feckin' green bean at this. Sorry. Oh. Yeah, Jack, I'll give you a blep. Because, I mean, there's so much about this beyond just like, you know, the humor and the delivery that I'm so curious about and would love to know more of. Novez is saying that Jesse is the most fun character they've got to voice. It's been a blessing. Yes! Now, to Cryostix and Fred, the reason why I wanted to go back to things like Eternal Darkness isn't necessarily because I think they're untouchable, great works of art, but because they're the foundation upon which so many things are based. There's so many games that have led to such great things, and it's wonderful being able to trace it. And one of the things we don't really talk about is how meta-narrative elements have a shelf life. Eternal Darkness, Metal Gear Solid, and even Pony Island were brilliant at the time because they used current technology to trick you. But the thing is, we don't use CRT TVs anymore. You know, no one has AV and video and TV as the settings. What you do is you have like television, HDMI 1, 2, 3, composite maybe if your telly's old, you know, USB. It's a different world now. And Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass. But to see what Eternal Darkness did during the GameCube era is fascinating. Same with the original Psycho Mantis battle. And then the Psycho Mantis revisit in, I want to say on the PS3 was Metal Gear Solid 4? Like, the revisit of it was fascinating. Psycho Mantis trying to use old, like, PS1 era powers on a PS3. Feckin' inspired. Inspired! God, there's so much of this that I want to get into. And I hate the idea that there is a four-figure price barrier between me telling you and you experiencing it for yourself. Because, again, Eternal Darkness is no longer the greatest thing ever crafted in horror, but it's the thing that led to so much. Kind of like, you know, we talk a lot about the Cradle from Thief and stuff like that. Same kind of vein, you know? Same kind of vein. Shackle, you've managed to maintain the Yalden throughout the day. Like, That's no small feat, so congratulations. Anyway, friendos, I'm going to roll credits in just a moment. Thank you all for a lovely, lovely day. Hang on, I probably have to find a lovely Mother Hubbard to pass you all over to.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Hey! To the Shield Maiden Sanctuary, thank you. You threw forward a sub to the crowd, which went to Miri Shilen. Thank you kindly. Oh, that's the person who's the voice of the Doctor, feckin'. Yo! God, I'm turning that into a little, like... I mean, I would not describe myself as a voice actor by any means. Like, I'm... Let me get my chill ending tunes going. I have been lucky to do some vocal performances, and I have some background in like stage and theatre acting, little bit of telly. Oh, she's also the voice of Ghost in Ghost 1. Oh, I've actually heard her performance. But no, what's been really cool is like getting to hang with like Leo Wiggins, Lawrence, Edwin, and now Nuvez, yourself, and peeps. Like, I'm becoming like a weird bar for voice actors, and I quite like that. Like, I obviously want to lend my vocal cadences to games more to help and get involved than anything else. Because I know, like, the actual skill and craft of voice acting is very complex. And there is an unfortunate habit of, I'm on Twitch. I talk all day. Therefore, I'm a voice actor. No. There's... Tall Tales as well as an often Longshipian. I don't know where I'm going with this thought. Just that... Feckin' wee. Feckin' wee. Okay. I was rolling credits and finding a lovely person for us to crash into afterwards, because we've got a shit ton of Vikings here. Marty's playing Quake. It's very tempting. Sage Bell did have their return to... Yeah, Sage Bell has returned to Twitch after quite a long hiatus. So let's go show some support. But first, I have some people I'd like to very specifically thank. Oh wait, hang on. Knees up, mother brain. There we go. For those of you who have only found me today, I am entirely supported by lovely Mother Hubbards throwing in bits or donations or subs or what have you. That's literally what keeps this operation going, so I'm sincerely grateful for it. Like, we'll be doing... God, it'll be 4 years April we've been a full-time operation, which is fucking brilliant. And I wouldn't have gotten to this point without you lot. Like, I wouldn't get to spend my days talking with people who make cool games and all sorts, chatting with all of your lovely selves on a myriad of topics. I get to do that because you lot keep me here. And I can't say enough thank yous for that. Today I would like to thank these people specifically. Your current standing Jarl! Shackle Draconis, Bacon Avenger, Caffeine, Lyris Dragon, Favor 6, Vanderbeest, Crux, J-Post Wolfgrad, Fearless Sun, Big Saxy, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, and Zeke Death. Seriously, bits are like the biggest thing keeping us upright, so thank you. Your moderator today was Caffeine and Rhymes of Moose, but we definitely saw a brief showing by Lizzie Pow. Thank you kindly. Jack Lifer, or Jack Lafia, was our new follow person, and like outside of UnMetal, I hope we get to hang out more, yo. Now to Wraith, LeJax, Aiden, Final Phoenix, Jack Lafia, the Gravity Queen, Piscicality, sorry. Vulture Pony, Zach, Wandering, XT Johnny XP, He Shipped Orzine, Novez Novell, I'm sorry I butchered that, Zeke, Lawrence, and Miri Shilen. Whether you were gifted or otherwise, thank you kindly. And to Shield Maiden Sanctuary, Dub Podcast, and Cryosticks, thank you for the raids, because you're trusting me with your crews. I mean, it makes Mr. Twitch happy on the numbers front, and it's a real compliment that you bring your people over here, so Sincerely, thank you, friends. Sincerely. Right. I'm going to pass you over to Sagebell, who is currently playing Unpacking, who I believe is playing Unpacking having just moved. Any particular reason for the vest Agonanarchy, or just for general protection? What I need is more tattoos. Plague times has made me very, very nervy about going and getting ink. I want to get the longship houses on my hand, and a few of the games that have been very important to us. I want to do a few of those. Well, a few more, I should say, because like Hollow Knight, Rain World, and of course Longship logo and all. Oh, and the Blackout Club. We definitely need a few more. Oh, because of being a game bartender. Yeah. A darn near video game sommelier. I actually did get to play video game sommelier for a few people on Twitter over the weekend, and it was lovely. So friends, if you ever need a game recommendation, I'm not saying that I know better, more that I really enjoy being able to help people find new games. Anyway, sorry, if you leave me at it, I will talk your ear off for the rest of the evening. All of you, thank you for an incredible night. I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening, and tomorrow, Hades, because hot gods in your area are closer than you think. Ready? Shall we? Shall we? I think we shall. Oh, good night, friends.